Chapter 853. Swish, swish, swish. The moment Gay Ling Long, who was surrounded by countless green flames, shouted in unison, she instantly used a ghostly movement technique. She turned into a black bolt of lightning wrapped in green flames and madly charged towards Yi Fan, who was trapped within. His speed was as fast as thunder and lightning. In an instant, the void was filled with ghostly figures. Lightning shuttled back and forth, and green flames surged. Countless ghost lords Gui Ling Long with oppressive spiritual pressure. Countless balls of 9 serenities, een fire barrier with blazing green flames, and countless streaks of blazing black lightning. Gui Ling Long's overbearing skill could be described with the words peerless. The swiftness and swiftness of his moves, the craftiness of his angles, the breadth of his range, and the overbearingness of his power could be said to be perfect and flawless. The primordial spirit turned into nothingness, revealing all living things. The flames of the 9 underworlds incinerated all living things. Ghost Ling Long's move lived up to its name. The art of transforming essence spirit into void was incomparably mysterious and profound. Not only could it launch an attack, but it could also transform into nothingness, negating all attacks. It could be said to be both offensive and defensive. The 9 netherine flame was peerlessly domineering, its might shocking. Not only could it protect one's body and prevent others from approaching, it could also annihilate one's soul and incinerate everything in the world. It could be said to be a killing move that killed gods. Using the 2 ultimate skills at the same time, the combination was flawless. It could be called the strongest killing move, the perfect killing move. This time, Gui Ling Long had unleashed her most powerful skill. To put it bluntly, even if a dozen perfected golden immortals joined forces, they would not be able to withstand Gui Ling Long's heaven-shaking ultimate technique. However, at this time, Yi Fan was not someone a mere golden immortal could compare to. Now, even he himself didn't know how strong he was. After crossing the heavenly tribulation and reaching the 3rd stage of the mysterious sky secret manual, Proud Moon Heavenly Scripture, the heavenly demon's power had already reached the demon bone realm. Heavenly baleful chi, natural evil chi. With so much power added together, it was no longer something that a gold immortal could compare to. Yi Fan, who was in the middle of the encirclement, slowly closed his eyes when he saw Gui Ling Long's shocking skill. All directions had been blocked off by the Gui Ling Long that filled the sky. At this moment, he had nowhere to retreat or dodge. But then again, even if he could avoid Gui Ling Long's shocking attack, he had no intention of doing so. This time, he intended to completely crush Gui Ling Long. Buzz, 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 in the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with black lightning. Huff, huff, huff. Countless green, flaming skulls instantly appeared in front of Yi Fan. Rest in peace, Eldritch. At the entrance of the Devil Palace, Gui Ling Long's true body spoke softly. He was completely confident in this move of his, because this was his most powerful skill. This was the first time in history that he had used this move. In order to use this technique, he directly used nearly 3,000 years of his spiritual power. The guy in front of him might be able to dodge a few of the 9 netherine flame barriers, but he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge an all-around attack. Tens of thousands of 9 netherine fire shields combined together was enough to incinerate one's soul and corrode one's bones. Unfortunately, Gui Ling Long was wrong. The person he was facing now was the reincarnation of Eldritch, and he had never heard of anyone who could defeat Eldritch. Whoosh! The moment the countless black lightning bolts appeared in front of him, Yi Fan, who was in the 7-colored skull's flames, instantly opened his eyes. Roar! The moment Yi Fan opened his eyes, the 7-colored skulls wrapped around him suddenly opened their huge mouths and let out an earth-shattering roar. This was a mixed roar of a man and a woman. The sonic boom was so strong and the pitch was so high that even the air began to distort violently. Boom, boom. Following the 7-colored skull's roar, 7 different colored shockwave halos instantly exploded with Yi Fan as the center. Ever since he gained his cultivation, Yifan had released more than one shockwave. However, the shockwave this time was completely different from the previous ones. Before this, Yifan's shockwave had been released horizontally, just like ripples spreading out on the surface of water. Moreover, most of the light rings only had one light ring and only one color. But this time, Yifan released as many as 7 shockwaves, and each of them was a different color. What was even more unbelievable was that the shockwave this time was not flat, but three-dimensional: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Instead of calling the 7 different colored shockwaves halos, they were more like light balls. The 7 colored halos exploded layer by layer, dazzling and imposing. Buzz, the green flames that filled the sky, were instantly stopped by Yifan's 7-colored shockwave, unable to move forward. Whoosh! In an instant, the black lightning bolts that filled the sky transformed into countless green flames that soared into the sky. All of Gue Linglong's primordial spirit avatars floated in the air, resisting the 7-colored shockwave with all their might, unable to move forward. Instantly, the void around Yifan was filled with countless Gue Linglong. The 8 Gue Linglong avatars that were charging at the front were less than 3 feet away from Yifan. Everything in the world is void. Seeing that her primordial spirit avatars were unable to move forward, Gue Linglong's true body at the entrance of the Fiend Palace changed her hand seals and shouted loudly. Whoosh! As Gue Linglong's hand seals changed, all of the primordial spirit avatars that were unable to move forward in front of Yifan instantly became void as they rapidly passed through the 7-colored shockwave. Gue Linglong's primordial spirit void technique began to take effect. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Gue Linglong's limitless primordial spirit avatar with green flames that soared into the sky instantly passed through Yifan's rainbow halo and devoured Yifan's rainbow skeleton flames. 9 nether flames, no self in all Dharma, break. The instant all of the primordial spirit avatars engulfed Yifan, Gue Linglong's true body flicked her sword finger and shouted fiercely. Bang! 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 As soon as Gue Linglong's true body finished speaking, all of the primordial spirit avatars that rushed in front of Yifan instantly exploded. Gue Linglong was determined to destroy all of her primordial spirit avatars. The green flames that filled the sky instantly connected into a sea of fire. Light soared into the sky as waves of air surged. Rumble! A loud sound was heard as the ground trembled. Crash! The Fiend World's walls collapsed instantly. Boom! The Night Fiend Peak that stood within the Fiend World also began to shake violently. Crack! The entire ground was instantly filled with thousands of ravines. The 9 nether flames that filled the sky and the self-destruction of countless primordial spirit avatars was so powerful that even the Heavenly King would have a hard time dealing with it. Eldritch, you're dead this time. Gue Linglong, who was standing in front of the Fiend Palace's entrance, thought to herself as she looked at the dazzling green flames exploding in the sky. No matter how powerful this fellow's heavenly demon power was, it was useless in the face of tens of thousands of 9 netherine flames. The greatest characteristic of the heavenly demon power was that it could regenerate with a drop of blood. In other words, as long as there was a drop of blood left, it could restore its physical body. However, this time, she had used thousands of years of spiritual energy to cast the 9 netherine flames. Its flames were so strong that it could burn Yifan into nothingness in an instant. Not a single drop of blood would be left behind, and not even his soul would remain. Gue Linglong's eyes narrowed when she thought of Yifan instantly turning into nothingness and his soul dispersing. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The scene before them made Umoji and the 2 gatekeepers inside the Fiend Palace change their expressions instantly. Gue Linglong's shocking ultimate technique left them dumbstruck. Gue Linglong's overbearing spiritual pressure forced them to prostrate on the ground. If not for the Yin Yang ascending dragon Mace's spiritual energy protecting the 3 of them, they would have been sent flying by the aftershock of Gui Linglong's technique. Among the three of them, one was the leader of the Fiend World's four guardians, and the other two were gatekeepers of the Fiend World. They were all special figures who had seen great scenes in the Fiend World. However, the overbearing technique that Gui Linglong had used this time shocked the three of them so much that their souls flew out of their bodies. The three of them had all experienced the great battle 1,200 years ago. The Ghost Lord Gui Luobak then was already very powerful. However, compared to Gui Linglong, Gui Luo's cultivation back then was not even a third of hers. Although the two of them were both spirit lords, the difference in strength between them was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between jade and earth. No wonder this guy dared to challenge the Fiend Lord Tenmoni. His strength was so strong that only the Fiend Lord's heavenly demon art could contend against him. I wonder if the Fiend Lord can escape unscathed. The three of them thought to themselves. Cha! Just as Gui Linglong thought that Yi Fan was already dead, a seven-colored brilliance shot out from the green flames in the sky and headed straight for Gui Linglong. The seven-colored brilliance was in the shape of a skull. It was dazzling and overflowing with colorful lights. Seven-colored skull flames. This guy actually didn't die. When she saw the seven-colored brilliance rushing out from her killing technique, Gui Linglong's body instinctively froze. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is he still alive? How is it possible that he is not dead? Gui Linglong was dumbfounded and shocked on the spot. It's the Fiend Lord. It's the Fiend Lord. The two gatekeepers were overjoyed by the scene in front of them. They shouted in surprise. Yumoji's beautiful eyes were wide open. She held her breath and looked very nervous. The reason why she was so nervous was because although Yi Fan had broken through Gui Linglong's killing technique, he was not in a good condition either. Compared to before, Yi Fan's seven-colored skull flames could not be any smaller. It was only 7 feet tall and could barely protect Yi Fan's entire body. Not only that, but the seven-colored skull flame shape had also become broken and incomplete. It could barely maintain the shape of a skull. Gui Linglong's shocking killing technique had burned Yi Fan's spiritual energy, flames, very badly. What was even more shocking was that above the seven-colored skull flames, there was still the dark green 9 underworld fire burning. Chi! Yi Fan's rainbow skeleton flames sizzled as they were burned by the 9 underworld flames that enveloped it. Green smoke billowed continuously as it retreated. Even so, Yi Fan's speed and direction did not change. He was still rushing toward Gui Linglong. Within the 7-colored flames, Yi Fan's eyes were cold and expressionless. His silver hair fluttered behind him, and his black robe flapped loudly. He dragged the broken 7-colored skull flames and the 9 underworld fire with him and arrived in front of Gui Linglong in an instant. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, he raised his right hand and aimed his 5 fingers at Gui Linglong's chest. Throughout the entire process, Yi Fan's sharp gaze was fixed on Gui Linglong's eyes. Gui Linglong's black pupils contracted rapidly. Chapter 854. The reason why Gui Linglong's eyes were filled with fear was not only because Yi Fan had withstood her strongest attack. What made him even more terrified was that he was temporarily unable to use his primordial spirit transmogrification technique. In order to use that shocking technique, he had used 3,000 years of spiritual power. Using such a powerful technique that consumed so much spiritual power directly caused Gui Linglong to have a temporary shortage of spiritual power. In fact, Gui Linglong's spiritual power cultivation was not inferior to Yi Fan's. However, there was a huge difference between the two of them. It was because of this difference that Yi Fan had the advantage. The difference was that Yi Fan had a physical body with a balanced yin and yang body. However, Gui Linglong did not have a physical body and had a pure yin body. With a physical body, there would be a sea of qi and meridians. Spiritual power could be completely stored in them. As for Gui Linglong, who had a pure yin body, because she did not have a physical body. Her spiritual power could only be stored in her primordial spirit. He had already pushed his primordial spirit transmogrification technique to the extreme and created thousands of primordial spirit clones. The result was that his primordial spirit was extremely weak and could not withstand a single blow. Once his primordial spirit was unable to withstand it, the spiritual power stored in it could not be smoothly extracted. In order to fully recover her primordial spirit and spiritual power cultivation, Gue Linglong would need at least an hour to circulate and adjust her breathing. However, Yi Fan was completely different. With his yin and yang fleshly body, the Shantian secrets, the proud moon heavenly scripture, and the sky devil's power, not only did he withstand Gue Linglong's shocking attack, he even retained the most basic offensive spiritual energy. Yi Fan wouldn't give him an hour to recover his spiritual energy. He wouldn't even give him a chance to catch his breath. Cha! Just as Gue Linglong's eyes were filled with fear, Yi Fan, who was inside the broken spiritual energy barrier, stretched out his right arm rapidly, opened his 5 fingers, and stabbed directly at Gue Linglong's chest. He was going to give her a taste of her own medicine. Pooh, following a muffled sound, Yi Fan's right arm stabbed into Gue Linglong's chest. After piercing through Gue Linglong's chest, Yi Fan did not slow down at all. He roared loudly as he continued to use his movement technique, bringing Ghost Linglong along as he charged forward. The 2 figures, one in front and one behind, rushed towards a treasure mountain in the Devil Realm at high speed. This mountain of treasures was built from the leftover black magic stones that were left behind when the Devil Palace's main gate was being rebuilt. The mountain was 70 to 80 feet wide and over 30 feet tall. It was inlaid with all kinds of treasures, such as crystals and pearls. Even the surrounding flowers and plants were carved out of green jadeite and rubies. It was a magnificent sight. Boom! With a loud bang, Gue Linglong, whose chest had been pierced by Yi Fan's arm, crashed heavily into the treasure mountain. Rumble! Under Yi Fan's powerful impact, the gigantic treasure mountain made of black magic stones instantly shattered and collapsed with a loud rumble. Countless gemstones and jade fragments fell from the sky as if it was raining gemstones. At this time, Gue Linglong, whose chest had been pierced by Yi Fan, lowered her head and stood motionless on the gold-paved ground. Huff! The 9 underworld flames that enveloped Yi Fan's spiritual chi barrier grew stronger and stronger. Yi Fan's rainbow skull light barrier was gradually eroded by the green flames. Yi Fan glared at Gue Linglong and suddenly let out a furious roar. Boom! Following Yi Fan's roar, the 8 treasures jadeite brocade robe that he was wearing instantly exploded. Huff! The green flames of the 9 underworld flames were blown away by the explosion of the 8 treasures jadeite brocade robe. Walala! The fragments of the robe that were fluttering in the air instantly burned and turned into ashes. At the same time that the robe was burned to ashes, the green flames of the 9 underworld flames were also annihilated. At this time, Yi Fan's upper body was bare, revealing his fair and strong muscles. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were blood red, and the blood moon pattern behind him was emitting a faint red light. Eldritch, looking at Yi Fan in front of them, Xian Yuan and Ima, who were lying on the golden ground, muttered to themselves. The 2 of them stood up with difficulty and helped the heavily injured Yumoji up. Ibu Fawn, Yumoji said softly with tears in her eyes. Other than his hair, Yi Fan looked almost exactly the same as Eldritch in the past. Ugh! Gue Linglong, who was pierced by Yi Fan's arm, let out a painful groan and slowly raised her head. Right now, his face was pale and his voice was weak. His pair of lively amber eyes had lost their luster. A large amount of flowing black fragments flowed out of her chest like blood and flowed down Yi Fan's arm to the ground. Gue Linglong, what do you have to say this time? Yi Fan stared into Gue Linglong's eyes and said expressionlessly. Gue Linglong's shoulders trembled as she looked at Yi Fan with her dim amber eyes and laughed. I've lost, kill me. What, you admit defeat? Yifan narrowed his eyes and asked Gue Linglong. Cough, cough, cough. A loss is a loss. What's the difference between admitting defeat and not admitting defeat? Gue Linglong, whose hair was messy, coughed violently as she laughed and asked Yifan, Before you die, do you have any last words? Yifan asked Gue Linglong. Cough, cough, cough. I don't have any last words. Only 2 requests. Gue Linglong stuttered. At this time, his body began to emit large amounts of black fragments that danced in the air. His primordial spirit had begun to collapse. 2 requests. Humph. Yifan, who had exposed his muscular body, sneered. I'm asking you to say your last words, not a request. I won't agree to any of your requests. Hee. Gue Linglong laughed again when she heard Yifan's words. What are you laughing at? Yifan asked Gue Linglong. Although you are very strong, your heart is not ruthless. This is also your biggest weakness. Cough, cough, cough. Gue Linglong coughed violently as she laughed. As long as I say these 2 requests, you will definitely agree. Oh, is that so? Yifan laughed. Then tell me. First request, please let go of my 100,000 ghost soldiers. This matter has nothing to do with them. Gue Linglong said intermittently. Yifan frowned when he heard this. He didn't expect the ruthless Gue Linglong to be concerned about the 100,000 ghost soldiers he brought with him before she died. All right, I'll agree to this condition. After you die, I'll let them go. Yifan said to Gue Linglong after thinking for a while. Hee, I guessed it right. Gue Linglong laughed and said, You're not ruthless. Cut the crap. Second request. Yifan asked Gue Linglong coldly. Second request. Gue Linglong smiled weakly at Yifan and said, Please, please, give me a quick death. I'll never agree to this request. Yifan said coldly as he slowly lifted his arm that was stuck in Gue Linglong's chest. Ugh, ugh. Gue Linglong's feet slowly left the ground, and she let out a painful groan. Whoosh! The black brilliance emitted from her body became even more intense. Didn't you say that I'm not ruthless enough? I'll listen to you this time and show you how ruthless I am. Yifan said coldly as he looked at Gue Linglong, who was being lifted up. Gue Linglong, who was being lifted up in the air, endured the pain of being turned into ashes and forced to smile. You really listen to advice. Gue Linglong said to Yifan with a smile. An expert was indeed an expert. She was still joking with her opponent before she died. Listen to advice and eat your fill. Yifan said to Gue Linglong with a smile. Gue Linglong's mouth curved as she closed her eyes and no longer spoke. At this moment, there was no longer any expression of pain on her face. Calm, a calm of death, a calm of release. Whoosh, a large amount of black brilliance soared from Gue Linglong's body. Her body also began to gradually become transparent. Bear with it a little longer. I'll send you on your way. Yifan said as his mind moved. Buzz, just as Yifan finished speaking, the hand that pierced through Gue Linglong's chest suddenly released a green and red light. Chi, as the 2 rays of light exploded in Gue Linglong's body. The black brilliance that rose from his body instantly returned to Gue Linglong's body. Gue Linglong, who had closed her eyes and waited for death, suddenly opened her eyes. What's going on? Her spiritual power was rapidly recovering. Could it be? Gue Linglong lowered her head and looked at Yifan. Gue Linglong was shocked when she saw what was inside. At this moment, Yifan's body was completely enveloped by the green and red lights. The red light was as red as blood, and the green light was as bright as the moon. He was reconnecting her spiritual meridians. Gue Linglong was shocked. How is this possible? He hates me to the core. Why would he save me? Gue Linglong could not believe what she was seeing. Demon King. In the demon realm, the heart monkey was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Clang. The heart monkey was so shocked that he dropped the yin-yang ascending dragon truncheon on the golden ground. The heart monkey's mouth was half open, and he rubbed his eyes from time to time. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. Only Emoji had a smile on her face. This guy was just like Eldritch in the past. He did things based on his own likes and dislikes. Ordinary people would not be able to see through him. Being extremely intelligent, she seemed to have understood why Yi Fan was doing this. This guy, Emoji muttered to herself. Swoosh, the black light that was floating in the air all flew back to Gue Linglong's body. Whoosh, on the ground, the black brilliance that was flowing nonstop climbed up from Yi Fan's feet and flowed along Yi Fan's arm into Gue Linglong's chest. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, all the black spiritual power returned to Gue Linglong's body. Buzz, Gue Linglong's dull eyes were suddenly filled with radiance. Tongue, the auspicious aura on her body returned to normal. Within the green and red light, Yi Fan slowly placed Gue Linglong on the golden ground. Why did you save me? Gue Linglong looked at Yi Fan with her amber eyes that were filled with spiritual energy. She frowned and asked, You should be itching to tear me into pieces. I don't want to kill you, but if I really do that, it will be more troublesome in the future. Chapter 855. Trouble. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Gue Linglong, who was shrouded in auspicious aura, was puzzled. She asked, Am I not the biggest trouble for you? Yi Fan's words puzzled Gue Linglong. In her opinion, Yi Fan should hate her to the core and get rid of her as soon as possible. Of course not. Yi Fan, whose silver hair fluttered in the wind and whose fair muscles were exposed, looked at Gue Linglong with a pair of starry eyes and answered calmly. What do you mean? Gue Linglong frowned and asked Yi Fan. The Devil Realm, the Monster Realm, and the Ghost Realm. Among the three realms, the Ghost Realm is the most chaotic. Yi Fan explained to Gue Linglong. Ever since the last great war between the three realms, the Ghost Realm has been in a state of chaos, killing, fighting, and war. The position of the Spirit Venerable is constantly changing. Every time you finish singing, I'll take the stage. What does this have to do with you not killing me? Gue Linglong asked. In my opinion, unifying the world of spirits and souls isn't actually a real skill. Every spirit lord has done this before, so there's nothing strange about it. Yi Fan took a step forward as he spoke and put his head in front of Gue Linglong. Gue Linglong's ability isn't about how high your cultivation is or how powerful your sorcery is. Instead, it's about how you're able to govern the world of spirits and souls that have been in chaos for thousands of years. If I take your life today, I'm afraid the Ghost Realm will once again fall into endless killing and war. The ghosts will suffer, and the people will be in a terrible situation. As members of the Ghost Clan, they had already died once. They should not suffer again. This is one of the reasons why I spare your life. Hearing this, Gue Linglong frowned and remained silent. If you die, the next spirit lord of the world of spirits and souls will definitely come to the devil world to cause trouble, whether it's for public or private reasons. After all, he has to represent the world of spirits and souls. Today, the spirits and souls have been humiliated in order to redeem the dignity and face of the world of spirits and souls. Yi Fan continued, When that happens, won't the devil world have to mobilize 3 armies and go to war? If things go wrong, I might have to return to the devil realm and fight the next ghost lord again. Revenge breeds revenge. When will there ever be an end to it? The matters of the human realm were enough of a headache for me. I didn't want to be distracted by such matters. This is the second reason for sparing your life. Gue Linglong's frown deepened. Just now, before you died, you begged me to let go of those 100,000 ghost soldiers. This is enough to prove that you, Gue Linglong, are not an ungrateful person. Yi Fan continued to speak to Gue Linglong. It's commendable that you're still thinking of your subordinates when you're about to die. It's the Ghost Realm's blessing to have a Ghost Lord like you. There are 3 reasons why I didn't kill you. After that, Yi Fan turned around and walked towards Emoji and the 2 guards. Aren't you afraid that I will make a comeback in the future? Gue Linglong's voice came from behind Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled slightly, stopped in his tracks, and turned his head to the side. Although you appear to be vicious and merciless, You are not a person without principles. This is your greatest weakness, but also your greatest strength. I believe that I have not misjudged you. Yi Fan said to Gue Linglong. Of course, I have to give you a piece of advice. Don't kill too much. Otherwise, even if I don't kill you, you'll be punished by the heavens in the future. As Yi Fan spoke, he turned around once again and slowly walked away. Gue Linglong closed her eyes, looked up at the sky, and took a deep breath. As the saying goes, a tyrant kills, a saint kills. Gue Linglong's heart was killed by the Devil Realm's Lord today. At this moment, she could only describe Yi Fan with 4 words. She was convinced. To be able to think so far ahead for all living beings in the Ghost Realm, this Devil Realm's Lord's state of mind was so high that even she, the Supreme of the Ghost Realm, felt inferior. Eldritch Buffon was indeed worthy of his reputation. I'll remember what you said today and be a benevolent and righteous Lord. Gue Linglong said loudly from the bottom of her heart as she watched Yi Fan's departing figure. You're really obedient. Yi Fan, who had his back facing Gue Linglong, turned his head and imitated Gue Linglong's tone and laughed disdainfully. Gue Linglong smiled brightly, and her figure disappeared into thin air. Yi Fan, Devil Lord. Devil Lord. Seeing that Yi Fan had returned victorious, Yumoji and the 2 gatekeepers immediately trotted to Yi Fan. Yumoji opened her arms and hugged Yi Fan tightly. The Heart Monkey and Mind Horse fell to their knees in front of Yi Fan and wept bitterly. Their tears did not stop flowing. The Devil Lord won. The Devil Realm was saved. Yi Fan fought the Supreme of the Ghost Realm with his own strength, and finally won over his opponent. Since the establishment of the 3 realms, Yi Fan was the only one who had achieved this feat. Like Gue Linglong, the 2 gatekeepers were completely convinced of Yi Fan's strength. Yi Fan, Yumoji, who was hugging Yi Fan's naked body, choked with sobs, unable to say a single word. Devil Lord, Devil Lord. The 2 gatekeepers were also sobbing uncontrollably. The 3 of them could no longer express their current feelings with words. Aren't I perfectly fine? Why are you crying? Yi Fan asked the 3 of them with a smile. Yumoji hooked her arms around Yi Fan's neck tightly and cried even harder. This time, she almost lost Yi Fan. All right, Moji, stop crying. Inner Monkey and Ima, get up. Yi Fan patted Yumoji's back and said to the 3 of them. Yumoji let go of Yi Fan as she sobbed uncontrollably. Inner Monkey and Ima stood up from the ground, wiping away their tears. Whoosh! At this moment, the white-robed Yin, Emo, Sheng, and the 4 demon generals were leading a 100,000 demon army that was glowing with red light as they charged toward the demon palace. At the forefront of the 100,000 demon army, the blazing fire Kirin was running toward them. The 5 of them first stationed the army 3 kilometers away from the palace, then used their movement techniques. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 streaks of light flew toward them, and the 5 of them appeared in front of Yi Fan. Greetings, Devil Lord. The 5 of them knelt down on one knee and bowed to Yi Fan. No need for formalities, get up. The topless Yi Fan said to the 5 of them. Thank you, Devil Lord. Yin Masheng said as he stood up. After he rose to his feet, he quickly took off his white jade robe and walked over to Yi Fan before draping it over Yi Fan's body. The 4 demon generals were still kneeling there with their heads lowered. Seeing that the 4 demon generals were still kneeling, Yi Fan frowned and asked them, Why are the 4 of you still not rising? We have failed to protect the palace. Devil Lord, please punish us. Gue Masha, who was guarding the east of the Devil Palace, lowered his head and said bitterly, We have failed to protect the palace. Devil Lord, please punish us. The remaining 3 demon generals said in unison, Without the orders of the demon lord and me, you were unable to gather the 100,000 demon army. Of course, you will be late. This is not your fault. Generals, please rise. The white-robe Yi Fan said as he helped the 4 demon generals up. The 4 demon generals stood up with tears in their eyes. Although they did not see the battle between Yi Fan and Gue Linglong with their own eyes, the scene in front of them was enough to deeply shock them. At this moment, the ground was full of cracks and ravines. The Devil Palace's huge black demon stone gate and the city walls had been reduced to rubble. The mountain of treasures that was hundreds of feet tall had collapsed to the ground, and debris was everywhere. The ground that was paved with gold was twisted and deformed, and there were bulges everywhere. The two gatekeepers were disheveled. The three guardians were severely injured, and Baihu Xiao Zhao was unconscious. Even Yi Fan's 8 treasure jade embroidered robe had been reduced to ashes. The intensity of the battle just now could be seen from this alone. Roar! The fire Qilin that was surrounded by raging flames shook its gigantic dragon head and arrived in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and patted the fire Kirin's head. Has Gue Linglong retreated? Yi Fan asked the 4 demon generals as he patted the fire Kirin's head. Demon Lord, Gue Linglong has retreated. Gue Masha replied. That's good. Yi Fan nodded. Demon Lord, should we station the 100,000 demon army here to prevent Gue Linglong from returning? Sure, Masha, who was guarding the west of the Devil Realm, asked Yi Fan. No need. Yi Fan shook his head and said, Gue Linglong will not harass the Devil Realm in the future. Generals, please withdraw the 100,000 demon army and return to your positions. Yes, Demon Lord. We will take our leave. When the 4 demon generals saw Yi Fan giving the order to retreat, they immediately bowed to Yi Fan and left. They divided the 100,000 demon army into 4 groups and returned to their respective positions. Brother Yin, send someone to bring the 3 protectors to the Jade Palace. I will immediately heal their wounds. Yi Fan took the unconscious white fox from Ima's hands as he spoke to Yin Mo, Sheng beside him. Demon Lord, you have just finished fighting with Gue Linglong. Your devil spirit has been greatly exhausted. You should return to the palace to rest. Yin Masheng frowned and said to Yi Fan, I'm fine. Brother Yin, do as I say. Saving people is more important. Yi Fan, who was wearing a white jade robe, patted Yin Masheng's shoulder. He then turned around and dragged his tired body back to the Devil Palace. After this great battle, he was indeed exhausted to the point of exhaustion. The fire Kirin followed closely behind Yi Fan. Seeing Yi Fan turn around and leave, Yin Masheng pursed his lips and his eyes turned red. He had single-handedly fought against the supreme of the ghost world and repelled the 100,000 demon army. After that, he had to heal the 3 protectors without stopping. Yi Fan's position as the Demon Lord was too tough. On night Demon Peak, Tenmoni, who was wearing a scarlet robe, stood motionless with his hands behind his back. With his robe fluttering in the wind, he quietly looked at the exhausted Yi Fan walking towards the Devil Palace with his eagle-like eyes. From Gue Linglong leading the 100,000 demon army to the ghost world and seriously injuring the 2 protectors, to Yi Fan appearing in the ghost world and fighting a bitter battle with Gue Linglong before finally winning. He saw everything clearly. Yi Fan's display of a king's demeanor and the bearing of a king surprised him greatly. If it were him, he would definitely kill Gue Linglong on the spot. However, Yi Fan had made an incredible decision for the sake of all living beings in the ghost world and the peace of the 3 realms. In this battle, Yi Fan had not only obtained the heavenly demon power of the Devil Bone realm, but he had also won the respect of his opponents and the respect of his subordinates. Brother Yu, compared to you, I'm truly ashamed of my inferiority. The position of the Demon Lord should be yours. Chapter 856. Inside the Emerald Palace, the white-robed Yi Fan focused and began to heal the water demon Bell and Feng Ma Chun. Of all the people who were injured, the 2 of them were the most seriously injured. Yi Fan, who was standing in front of the bed, aimed his palms at the 2 people lying on the bed. With a thought, he activated the devil spirit. Buzz as the red glow around Yi Fan's body rose once again. Countless blood-red halos slowly emerged from his palms and directly enveloped the 2 of them. Yi Fan closed his eyes and focused on replenishing the two people's spirits. The Balrog Shung and the Fire Kirin stood far away. They were extremely quiet and did not dare to make a sound. They were afraid that they would affect Yi Fan. As the blood-red halos slowly entered their bodies, the water demon Bell and Feng Ma Chun on the emerald bed began to react. Their fingers moved slightly at first, then they slowly opened their eyes. When they saw Yi Fan standing in front of the bed, replenishing their spirits, the two immediately struggled to raise their heads. Demon Lord, Demon Lord. As the two spoke, they anxiously tried to get up. Don't move. Lie down. Yi Fan, who had his eyes closed, continued to release the devil spirit as he spoke to the two people. The two had no choice but to obey and lie down again. Your subordinate is incompetent. I was unable to stop Gue Linglong. Please punish me, Demon Lord. Fu Ma-chan said to Yi Fan in a weak voice. Your subordinate is incompetent. Please punish me, Demon Lord. The water demon Bell also said to Yi Fan in a weak voice. Gue Linglong's cultivation is heaven-defying, and her spells are unparalleled. It's normal that the two of you are not her match. What are you guilty of? Yi Fan said with his eyes closed. But, Demon Lord, don't say any more. This is not your fault. Yi Fan continued. The two of you are heavily injured this time. Most of your spirit meridians have been destroyed. If I had been a little later, even I would have been helpless. Thank you, Demon Lord, for your grace. The two of them thanked Yi Fan sincerely. This time, I will first repair all of your spirit veins. When the demon commander comes out, the two of you can go to the Heavenly Devil Cave to pick a few night devil fruits to recover your spirit energy, Yi Fan said to the two of them. Thank you, Demon Lord. The two of them thanked him once again. After half an incense stick of time, Yi Fan had completely repaired the two's broken spirit veins. At this time, other than the lack of spiritual power, the two of them had already recovered. After replenishing their spirits, Yi Fan started healing Yu Moji and Xiao Zhao. After Xiao Zhao woke up, she jumped up and down in front of Yi Fan. She was extremely happy. To it, nothing made it happier than Yi Fan being safe and sound. After doing all this, Yi Fan was already exhausted and sweating profusely. The battle with Gue Linglong had already depleted nearly 70% of his spirit energy. In addition to replenishing Feng Mo Chun and the other spirits, he was left with less than 20% of his spirit energy. Brother Yin, I'm tired. I want to meditate for a while. You're the most familiar with the demon realm, so I'll leave it to you. Yi Fan said to Yin Mo Shang with a tired face. Demon Lord, please rest. I'll take care of things here. Yin Mo Shang said respectfully to Yi Fan. Moji, help me take care of Xiao Zhao and the Fire Kirin. Don't let them starve. Yi Fan turned around and said to Yumoji. Yumoji looked at Yi Fan with heartache and nodded with tears in her eyes. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me first. As Yi Fan spoke, he dragged his tired body to the jade bed and laid down heavily. He was too tired. Everyone bowed to Yi Fan and left the room. Yi Fan slept for 3 days. Because he had exhausted a lot of his spirit energy this time, the Spirit Phoenix power and Moon Phoenix power in his body automatically adjusted Yi Fan's body into a dormant state to recover his spirit energy. In these 3 days, the mysterious sky secret essences, the proud moon heavenly order, and the heavenly demon's power, these 3 great spiritual energies had been continuously circulating in Yi Fan's body. Without stopping, Yi Fan's spiritual energy had returned to its peak condition. 3 days later, Yi Fan, who was lying on the jade bed, slowly opened his eyes. I say, brother, you had a really good sleep. In front of the jade bed, a man surrounded by auspicious light and auspicious aura stood there and looked at Yi Fan with a smile. This person's face was like jade, and his hair was like a knife. He was handsome and had a bearing like Buffon. It was none other than the supreme of the demon realm, Tenmoni. Brother Demon. After seeing Tenmoni, Yi Fan immediately got off the bed. Greetings, Demon Lord. After getting off the bed, Yi Fan immediately bowed to Tenmoni. Although he was the ruler of the demon realm, his position was still below Tenmoni's. It was still the same words, The rules of the demon realm could not be broken. All right, brother you, don't play this game with me. Tinmoni smiled and helped Yifan up. Big brother, aren't you going to come out of seclusion in 3 days? How come it's only been 1 day? Yifan asked Tinmoni in confusion. Ha ha ha. Tinmoni was stunned at first, then laughed loudly. What? You don't even know how long you slept? When Yifan heard this, he was dumbfounded. What time is it now? How long have I slept? Yifan asked with a frown. My silly brother, you slept for 3 whole days, Tinmoni said to Yifan with a smile. Back then, after I fought the ghost and demon lords, I only slept for a day and a night. Compared to you, brother you, I'm ashamed. Huh, 3 days? Yifan was dumbfounded when he heard that. He actually slept for 3 days. Why didn't anyone wake me up? Yifan muttered to himself. Ha ha, you told them not to disturb you. So of course, no one dared to wake you up. Tinmoni laughed loudly. Yifan smiled bitterly and shook his head. This time, brother you fought the ghost Lord Gay Linglong alone and repelled 100,000 ghost soldiers without shedding a drop of blood. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Let's go. I'll hold a banquet to celebrate for you, brother you. Let's get drunk. Tinmoni said as he put his arm around Yifan's shoulder and walked out of the door. On the spacious field outside the Emerald Palace, the 4 great guardians, the 4 great generals of the East, West, North, and South, the 2 guards, Baihu Xiao Zhao, the spiritual beast Fire Kirin, and 100,000 Red Flame Devil Army had all gathered. The smart and obedient Baihu stood on the huge dragon head of the Fire Kirin and kept looking at the entrance of the Emerald Palace. Rumble. As the 2 huge Emerald Palace doors were opened respectfully by the 2 golden-armored generals, Tinmoni in a black robe and Yifan in a white robe walked out slowly. Greetings, Demon Lord. Greetings, Demon Lord. The 4 great guardians, 4 great generals, and the 2 guards said as they knelt down in front of the 2. Greetings, Demon Lord. Greetings, Demon Lord. Crash. The 100,000 Red Flame Devil Army roared and knelt down in unison. The scene at this moment was so magnificent and grand that it made one's blood boil. Big brother, this is... Yifan was stunned by the magnificent scene in front of him. This time, you protected the demon realm and defeated the strong enemy. This is a great merit. Tinmoni patted Yifan's shoulder and said, Today I specially summoned all of them here to celebrate for you. Big brother, you're exaggerating. Yifan frowned and said to Tinmoni, As the ruler of the demon realm, it is my duty to protect the demon palace and my subordinates. What merit do I have? Without brother you, they would have been reduced to ashes by now. If this is not a merit, what is it? Tinmoni turned to Yifan and asked with a smile. Yifan was rendered speechless by the question. Pass down my orders. In order to celebrate for the demon lord, the demon realm will hold a banquet for 3 days. All soldiers and civilians are not allowed to return until they are drunk. Tinmoni said to the demon envoy Yin Mo Sheng. Yes, Yin Mo Sheng nodded. Let's go, brother you. Let's drink in my heavenly demon palace. Ha! As Tinmoni spoke, he hugged Yifan and walked down the jade steps toward the nearby heavenly demon palace. The 4 demon generals for protectors, distracted mind, and Baihu and Qilin followed closely behind the 2. After arriving at the heavenly demon palace, everyone sat in front of a large luxurious table made of gemstones. Tinmoni and Yifan sat side by side at the head of the table. The 4 protectors and 4 demon generals sat in 2 rows. The 2 gatekeepers were of the lowest rank and sat at the end. According to the ranks of the gatekeepers, they were not supposed to be here. However, Distracted Mind's performance this time was remarkable and had won Tinmoni's favor. Thus, he made an exception and summoned the 2 of them. The luxurious table was filled with all kinds of delicacies and fine wine. More than 10 palace maids as beautiful as fairies each held a flagon of wine as they stood behind the crowd with their heads bowed. This time, in order to entertain Baihu Xiao Zhao and the Fire Kirin, Tinmoni had specially ordered for another table to be prepared. Because the Fire Kirin's intestines were wide, Their white jade table was 3 times larger than the one at Tenmoni's table. On top of the table were exquisite pastries, fresh fruits, and refreshing sweet spring juice. My subjects, in this calamity of the demon realm, all of you risked your lives and fought without retreating. I am very comforted. Tion Moni, who was sitting on the emerald throne, looked around at everyone and said in a clear voice, "In this calamity, the 3 protectors were heavily injured, but they refused to surrender even at the cost of their lives. The 2 gatekeepers would rather die than submit in the face of enlistment. The 4 demon generals are loyal and devoted, and they know when to advance and retreat. The flame demon envoy is meticulous and wise. Everyone's loyalty is moving. This first cup of wine, the demon lord and I toast to everyone present." As Tenmoni spoke, he raised his 7 treasures wine cup. Yifan also raised his cup and raised it to the crowd. Voila! The 10 people stood up in unison and raised their cups to toast Tenmoni and Yifan. "Thank you, Demon Lord. Thank you, Demon Lord," everyone said in unison. For today's banquet, there is no distinction between ruler and subjects. "Sit down," Tenmoni said to everyone. Everyone expressed their thanks again and sat down. "Come, cheers." Tyamini saluted the crowd from afar. Together with Yifan, he downed the wine in his hand. "Cheers." Everyone raised their heads and drank the wine. The beautiful palace maids filled everyone's cups again. "This second cup of wine is for Brother Yu." Tion Moni patted Yifan's shoulder and said, "Without Brother Yu's help, I'm afraid the devil realm would already be engulfed in the flames of war and desolate. Big Brother is here again," Yifan said to Tion Moni with a smile. "This is my duty. It is what I should do. Brother Yu, you are now the ruler of the demon realm. To be honest, I don't know how to reward you." Tenmoni smiled at Yifan. "How about this? If you have any wishes or desires, as long as I, Tenmoni, can do it, I will definitely satisfy you." "Oh, Big Brother, are you serious?" Yifan raised his cup to toast Tenmoni and asked, "I am the supreme ruler of the demon realm. Of course I am a man of my word." Tenmoni also raised his cup and said seriously, "In that case, I will say it. Big Brother, please don't go back on your word." Yifan smiled. "I won't go back on my word." Tenmoni smiled. "Tell me, what do you want?" "It can't be my heavenly demon sword, right? I want someone from Big Brother," Yifan said calmly. "Someone? Who?" Tenmoni frowned and asked in confusion. Chapter 857. As soon as Yifan said this, everyone's faces were filled with shock, including Tenmoni and Yumoji. The 4 legendary generals looked at each other in disbelief. The 3 guardians were stunned, thinking that something was wrong with their ears. The 2 gatekeepers were even more shocked, unable to believe what they had just heard. Even Baihu Xiao, who was gorging herself, stopped eating and turned to look at Yifan. Yumoji was shocked as she stared at Yifan blankly. She never thought that Yifan would make such a request to Tenmoni in such a situation. At that moment, her face was flushed red and she did not know what to say. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Only the sound of the fire Kirin munching on fruits could be heard. Tenmoni looked at Yifan in shock, as if he could not believe what he had just heard. Eldritch, who was so devoted to his wife, actually wanted to marry his great guardian. Tenmoni could not figure it out. "What's wrong? Big Brother, you're not willing to part with your treasure?" Yifan broke the silence with a smile and asked Tenmoni, "It's not that I'm not willing to part with my treasure. It's just that your request is a little too sudden and caught me off guard." Tenmoni looked at Yumoji as he said, "I don't have any problems with that. I'm just not sure if Moji will agree." Yumoji, who was blushing, bit her lower lip and lowered her head. Seeing Yumoji's shy expression, Tenmoni smiled. It turned out that the 2 of them were already in sync. "Ha ha ha!" Tion Moni laughed out loud. "I didn't think that the seeds of infatuation that Brother you planted in your past life would actually blossom and bear fruit in this life. Good. Since the 2 of you are of the same mind, I will fulfill your wish today." As soon as Tenmoni said that, Yumoji, who was blushing shyly, blushed all the way to her neck. She was indescribably charming. "Thank you, Big Brother." Yifan raised his 7 treasures wine cup and said to Tenmoni with a smile, "Brother you're really lucky to be able to marry the Devil Realm's #1 beauty. I'm so envious." Tenmoni smiled as he raised his cup and said to Yifan, "Find an auspicious day in the next 2 days and hold your wedding immediately. It's a good opportunity for the Devil Realm to get rid of bad luck. There's no time like the present. Let's do it tonight." Yifan smiled at Tianma. Tianmoni was stunned at first, but then he threw his head back and laughed. "Ha ha ha! I say, brother you're really impatient, huh?" He patted Yifan's shoulder as he laughed loudly. "You're the main character today. I'll listen to whatever you say." "Thank you, big brother." Yifan smiled. He didn't have much time left in the Devil Realm. Matsumoto Takeyoshi's 3 days were up. If he didn't return soon, Matsumoto Takeyoshi would become suspicious. That was why he proposed to Tenmoni to hold the wedding ceremony tonight to fulfill Yumoji's wish. Today is the Devil Lord's wedding. What are you all sitting around for? Hurry up and congratulate the 2 newlyweds. Tenmoni said with a smile. Whoosh! After hearing Tenmoni's words, the 4 demon generals, 3 guardians, and 2 gatekeepers immediately stood up from their seats and raised their wine cups with both hands. Congratulations to the Devil Lord on his wedding. Congratulations to the Devil Lord's wife. Everyone congratulated Yifan and Yumoji in unison. From now on, Yumoji was no longer just the leader of the 4 guardians. She was now the honorable Devil Lord's wife. The blushing Yumoji stood up and returned everyone's greetings. Yifan also returned everyone's greetings. Everyone downed the wine in their cups and sat down. Ha ha ha! Moji, this time, the wish that you've suppressed in your heart for hundreds of years has finally come true. Tenmoni said to Yumoji with a smile. Thank you, Demon Lord. Yumoji stood up and bowed to Tenmoni. You're now the Devil Lord's wife. You don't have to be so courteous anymore. Get up. Tenmoni smiled at Yumoji. Yumoji pursed her lips and smiled. She stood up and returned to her seat. The moment she sat down, she lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at Yifan. Yifan raised his eyebrows and revealed a mischievous smile. Yumoji's heart was pounding wildly, and her heart was thumping wildly. She bit her lower lip and looked away. Mashung, I'll leave the Devil Lord's wedding to you tonight. Make sure it's a grand affair. Tenmoni said to Yen Mashung. Don't worry, Demon Lord. I'll make sure it's a grand affair. Yen Mashung replied respectfully. Tenmoni nodded with a smile. At this moment, a golden-armored general walked in respectfully from outside the door, holding a jade tray in his hand. There were a few pieces of black ash on the tray. It was unknown what they were. Demon Lord, I've collected the ashes of the Devil Lord's robe. This is all that's left. The general in golden armor raised the jade tray above his head and knelt on one knee in front of Tenmoni. Is this my 8-treasure jade silk robe? Yifan immediately frowned and asked Tianmoni when he heard what the golden-armored general said. That's right. This is your 8-treasures robe. Tenmoni smiled. He took the jade tray and waved at the general in golden armor. The general in golden armor lowered his head and retreated. This item has already been reduced to ashes. Why did Big Brother send someone to retrieve it? Yifan asked Tenmoni in confusion. Reduced to ashes? Tenmoni looked at Yifan and smiled. Then you're underestimating this robe. What do you mean, Big Brother? Yifan asked with a frown. As the saying goes, a wildfire can't burn it out. Today, I'll show you the profundity of this 8-treasures robe. As Tianmoni spoke, he took a few pieces of ash from the jade tray, put them near his mouth, and gently blew them. Buzz as a red glow came out of Tenmoni's mouth. The pieces of ash on his palm instantly turned black and dazzling. In the black glow, the pieces of ash began to turn into black cloth. At the same time, it quickly spread. The 8-treasures robe was recovering. Yifan's eyes widened as he exclaimed in his heart. Buzz in the blink of an eye, the 8-treasures robe that was just a few pieces of ash completely recovered. It shone brightly and emitted an auspicious aura. This robe was refined by the Demon Lord using 8 different secret treasures. No matter how many times it's destroyed, as long as it's activated by the demon spirit, this treasure will repair itself. Every time this treasure is restored, its sturdiness will increase exponentially. Tinmoni handed the robe to Yi Fan and continued. This time, after being tempered by Gei Linglong's 9 underworld flames, this treasure's defensive power has increased by more than 100 times. From now on, Gui Linglong's 9 underworld flames will no longer be able to cause any damage to this treasure. It's my fault that I didn't tell you all the profundity of this treasure. Yi Fan was stunned as he took the robe from Tinmoni. He didn't expect the treasure robe in his hand to have such a miraculous effect. The moment he took it, the treasure robe in Yi Fan's hand flashed and disappeared instantly. At the same time, the treasure robe instantly appeared on Yi Fan's body. This treasure robe can change into any outfit and color as you wish. Tonight is the wedding, so you can wear it for the wedding. You can change into whatever dress you want, haha, Tinmoni said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, it was nighttime. At this time, the demon realm was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and everyone was jubilant. All the glazed treasure trees were hung with large red lanterns carved with rubies. They were dazzling and sparkling. All the golden ground was covered with petals of various colors, and the fragrance of the flowers was intoxicating. All the soldiers and soldiers of the demon realm lined up on both sides to welcome them. On the wide and luxurious golden road, a majestic procession slowly walked over. At the front of the procession, there were 100 pairs of handsome young boys and girls dressed in colorful clothes, each carrying white jade and lily lanterns as they walked over slowly. 100 pairs of young boys and girls with 100 pairs of white jade and lily lanterns symbolized a happy union for 100 years. The lanterns were dazzling, and the lights were like stars twinkling in the sky. Behind the procession of young boys and girls, a huge and luxurious 7 Treasures dragon carriage followed closely behind. This 7 Treasures dragon carriage was Tinmoni's personal carriage. It was 90 feet long and 50 feet wide, and it represented the Emperor's will. The treasure carriage was completely made of the 7 treasures. It was exquisitely carved, and there were dragons and phoenixes carved on it. It was extremely beautiful and dazzling, and the ones driving the 7 Treasures dragon carriage were 9 majestic 5-clawed demonic dragons with red light surrounding their bodies. These demonic dragons were spirit beasts of the demon realm. Other than the demonic spirits surrounding them, they looked exactly the same as the true dragons of the heaven realm. This was a real dragon carriage. Red light rose from the 9 demon dragons. They walked in unison, driving the dazzling and incomparably luxurious 7 Treasures dragon carriage forward slowly. At the coachman's seat at the front of the dragon carriage, the golden-robed Tinmoni held the 7 Treasures chain in his hand and personally drove the carriage for Yi Fan. At the front, back, left, and right of the 7 Treasures dragon carriage stood the 4 demon generals and the 3 great guardians. 300 beautiful palace maids followed closely behind the dragon palanquin. They were the palace maids that served the demon king and his wife. Behind the 300 palace maids were 8 emerald carriages. The huge and luxurious carriages were filled with all kinds of rare treasures, dazzling everyone's eyes. Behind the carriages were more than 1,000 demon soldiers with blazing demonic spirits. These soldiers were the demon king and his wife's personal guards, and they only listened to their orders. The large group of people slowly moved toward the Emerald Palace, and it was a magnificent sight. Everywhere the dragon carriage passed, the demon sons and grandsons by the side of the road knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the dragon carriage. Roar! Roar! The fire Kirin beside the dragon carriage saw such a lively scene for the first time, and it roared excitedly. Baihu, who was standing on the head of the fire Kirin, looked down and was extremely quiet. It did not know about the agreement between Yi Fan and Yumoji. Inside the carriage, Yi Fan, who was dressed in a red robe and had his hair tied up with a golden crown, sat firmly. Beside him, Yumoji, who was wearing a phoenix crown and a red wedding dress, was wearing a 7 Treasures veil and a red wedding dress. She was silent. Chapter 858. What are you thinking about? Inside the dragon carriage, Yumoji, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red cape, sensed Yi Fan's silence. She lifted the 7-jewel veil on her head and looked at Yi Fan with her beautiful eyes as she asked in a gentle voice, "What else can I be thinking about?" "Of course, I'm thinking about you." Yi Fan smiled as he answered Yumoji while pointing forward. He was hinting to Yumoji that Tenmoni the Demon Lord was right in front of her, reminding her not to speak carelessly. If the Celestial Moni heard the agreement between the two of them, then it would be troublesome. What a glib tongue. Yumoji was smart and immediately understood Yi Fan's intention. She chuckled at Yi Fan and covered her head with the 7-jewel veil again. They bowed to the heavens and earth, bestowed the royal seal, recited the proclamation, and held the banquet. The entire wedding lasted for 6 hours before it ended. After sending off the guests, Yi Fan, who was wearing a red wedding robe and looking drunk, staggered to the entrance of the Emerald Palace's bridal chamber. At this moment, Yumoji, who was wearing the 7-jewel veil, was sitting on the emerald throne motionlessly. 8 beautiful maidservants in luxurious robes stood on both sides with their heads lowered. On the emerald jade table, red wedding candles, as thick as an arm, illuminated the entire bridal chamber. It was a beautiful sight. Looking at the scenery in the room, Yi Fan could not help but sigh. Ever since he married his beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chiko, he never thought that he would experience such a scene with another woman. Now, not only did he become the Demon Lord, he even had the Demon Lord's wife. Perhaps this was the debt of love he owed in his previous life. Yi Fan thought to himself as he stepped in. "Greetings, Demon Lord." Seeing Yi Fan enter, the 8 maidservants immediately bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. "You may leave first." Yi Fan waved his hand at the maidservants. "Yes." The maidservants answered in unison and bowed before leaving. Only Yi Fan and Yumoji were left in the brightly lit room. After taking a deep breath, Yi Fan slowly approached Yumoji. He gently placed his hands on Yumoji's shoulders and helped her up from the jade throne. Yumoji shuddered as if she had been electrocuted. Her heart raced. "From today onwards, you are the Demon Lord's wife. You can enter and leave the demon realm as you please. No one will stop you." Yi Fan said to Yumoji, "Your wish for freedom has now been fulfilled." As Yi Fan spoke, he slowly lifted Yumoji's 7-jewel veil. At this moment, Yumoji's face was flushed red. She was bashful and had an indescribable charm. She lifted her head to look at Yi Fan and nodded gently. Phew. Yi Fan flicked his sleeve, and all the red candles in the room were extinguished in an instant, giving rise to a burst of green smoke. His action immediately caused Yumoji's eyes to widen. Her breathing quickened, and she couldn't help but grab onto her clothes. Her chest rose and fell violently as she stared nervously at Yi Fan. Yi Fan raised his hands and slowly reached toward Yumoji's face. Yumoji nervously closed her eyes. However, what she didn't expect was that Yi Fan didn't touch her face. Instead, he took off the 7 Treasures Phoenix crown on her head. Yumoji opened her eyes again. "You've been tired all day. Go to sleep." Yi Fan placed the 7 Treasures Phoenix crown on the jade table and gently said to Yumoji. As he spoke, he walked toward the jade bed, lifted the red blanket, and lay on his side. Oh, Yumoji responded. She also walked toward the jade bed, lifted the blanket, and slowly lay down. Neither of them took off their clothes. Just like that, they each wore their wedding robes and slept with their backs facing each other. "Are you going back to the human world tomorrow?" Yumoji broke the silence and asked Yi Fan. "Yes." Yi Fan, whose back was facing Yumoji, answered with his eyes closed. "What about me?" Yumoji continued to ask. "You're free now. You can go wherever you want. No one dares to stop you." Yi Fan replied, "I want to go with you. Is that okay?" Yumoji mustered up her courage and asked Yi Fan in a low voice. Before she was free, she wanted to be free and leave the devil realm. However, after obtaining her freedom, she suddenly realized that she couldn't leave Yi Fan. A fake show had become real. Yi Fan didn't answer Yumoji's question for a long time. He didn't know if he should accept Yumoji's request. Seeing that Yifan didn't answer her for a long time, Yumoji suddenly felt dejected. If you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything. Yumoji said in a low voice, I'll go around the human world tomorrow. I won't hinder you. It's very dangerous to stay with me. Yifan interrupted Yumoji and said calmly, I'm not afraid. Yumoji turned around and faced Yifan's back. You'll be very unlucky if you stay with me. Yifan continued. I'm willing. Yumoji said without hesitation. It's very likely that he will die. Yifan continued. So be it. As long as I can be with you, I'm willing to die. Yumoji said and hugged Yifan from behind. She didn't want to suppress her emotions anymore. 2 streams of hot tears flowed from her eyes and dripped onto Yifan's neck. As soon as Yumoji said that, Yifan's heart was torn apart. The depth of this woman's feelings for him moved him greatly. All right, you'll return to the human world with me tomorrow. Yifan agreed to Yumoji's request. But when you're there, you'll have to listen to me. He couldn't bear to refuse Yumoji's request. Or rather, he couldn't refuse. Again, this was his love debt. It was not up to him to decide. MMM, I'll listen to you. Yumoji smiled through her tears and hugged Yifan even tighter. Sigh, what a sin. Yifan closed his eyes and sighed in his heart. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. When Yifan woke up, Yumoji was hugging his neck and sleeping soundly in his arms like a sleeping beauty. Seeing this, Yifan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He carefully pulled his arm out from under Yumoji's head, then gently lifted the blanket and tiptoed to the ground. After turning the 8-treasure jade brocade robe back to black, Yifan gently opened the emerald door and slowly walked down the stairs. Greetings, Devil King. Greetings, Devil King. Greetings, Devil King. As he walked down the stairs, at least a few dozen palace maids bowed to Yifan. Yifan had said the word rise more than 10 times. Greetings, Devil King. Just as Yifan arrived at the Emerald Palace and was about to take a breather, the 1,000 devil army soldiers guarding the Emerald Palace bowed to Yifan in unison. Yifan suddenly felt a headache coming on. As long as I'm in the devil realm, just a few dozen people will be enough to guard this place. The rest of the guards will be stationed 3 miles away. Yifan said to the golden-armored general leading the group, I'm not used to such a large formation. Yes, sir. The golden-armored general said respectfully to Yifan, then bowed and left. Whoosh! At this moment, the white-robed Balrog appeared in front of Yifan out of thin air. Greetings, devil. Before Balrog could finish speaking, Yifan helped him up and said, If you continue, my head will explode. Balrog was taken aback at first, then smiled. He understood the meaning behind Yifan's words. There were many rules in the devil realm. Although Yifan had been the Devil King for quite some time, he spent most of his time in the human realm. If the time Yifan spent in the devil realm was added up, it would not even be 10 days. Of course, he was not used to it. Brother Balrog, why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Yifan asked Balrog. Devil King, Xiao Zhao has not eaten or drunk anything since last night, Balrog replied. I've tried everything and tried all kinds of delicacies, but I still can't get her to open her mouth. I really have no other choice, so I came here to find you, Devil King. Not eating or drinking. Yifan frowned and asked, Why didn't you tell me last night? Last night was the Devil King's wedding night. How could I dare to disturb? Balrog said to Yifan awkwardly. Where is she now? Yifan asked Balrog. 5 miles north of here, there is a dense bamboo forest. Xiao Zhao is there. I've already sent people to watch over her. Whoosh. Before Yenamo Sheng could finish his sentence, Yifan instantly turned into a ray of white light and sped towards the north. Xiao Zhao must be not eating or drinking because of his wedding with Yumoji. This girl is really thoughtful. Yifan thought to himself. 5 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Whoosh. Yifan's figure appeared in the bamboo forest out of thin air. Dozens of feet in front of him, Baihu, Xiao Zhao lay on a huge rock with a sorrowful look. Her eyes were blank and glistening with tears. 5 or 6 palace maids stood around the huge rock. In each palace maid's hand was a white jade tray. The tray was filled with delicacies, fruits, and pastries. "Greetings, Devil King." Seeing the Devil King arrive, the palace maids immediately knelt and bowed. "Put down the food and go back," Yifan said to the palace maids as he walked toward Baihu Xiao Zhao. "Yes." The palace maids put down the trays in their hands, bowed, and retreated. Rustle. When the white fox, Xiao Zhao, saw Yifan walking towards it, it immediately stood up from the giant rock and jumped down with a thud. It then ran towards the depths of the bamboo forest at full speed. "Silly girl," Yifan said. His figure instantly floated 3 feet above the ground and flew toward Baihu at high speed. No matter how fast Baihu was, how could she outrun Yifan? In the blink of an eye, Yifan was right above Baihu. "Xiao Zhao, listen to my explanation," Yifan said to Baihu, who was running at high speed below. "It's not what you think." Baihu, who was on the ground, ignored him and continued to run forward. At this moment, she didn't want to hear any explanation from Yifan. Seeing that Xiao Zhao didn't want to listen to his explanation, Yifan shook his head helplessly. With a thought, his figure flashed, and he plunged downward at high speed. Whoosh! Yifan's figure was like a swallow in water. In an instant, he caught Baihu, who was running at high speed, and rose from the ground in an instant. Woo! Woo! Baihu struggled desperately in Yifan's arms, twisting and turning violently. "Xiao Zhao, listen to my explanation." Yifan landed on the top of a tall green bamboo and said to Baihu, who was in his arms. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, the flustered and exasperated Xiao Zhao opened her mouth and bit Yifan's wrist directly. Woo! Woo! Baihu bit Yifan and let out an angry cry. 2 streams of hot tears flowed out from its clear and pure eyes. Even so, she still didn't dare to use force. She couldn't bear to. Looking at Baihu in his arms, Yifan's heart was about to break. His eyes reddened, and he hugged Baihu tightly in his arms. Woo! Woo! Baihu let go of Yifan's wrist, then plunged into Yifan's arms and wailed in pain. Chapter 859. Yifan used half an hour to tell Baihu Xiao Zhao about his past life and present life with Yumoji. He also emphasized that he and Yumoji were only husband and wife in name, but not in reality. He told Xiao Zhao that the reason he married Yumoji as the Devil Lord's wife was to fulfill Yumoji's wish of freedom, and also to make up for what he owed Yumoji in his past life. Baihu, who was in his arms, looked up at Yifan and listened carefully. It was only now that it understood the cause and effect of the matter, the sequence of events. Everything was as Yifan said. She had misunderstood Yifan. After listening to Yifan's explanation, Baihu licked Yifan's wrist gently. "How is it? Can you eat now?" Yifan asked Baihu with a smile. Rumble! Baihu's stomach made a rumbling sound. Yifan smiled. He floated down from the top of the green bamboo and flew back to the giant rock. After landing, Baihu jumped down from Yifan's arms and went straight to the jade tray. It buried its head inside and began to eat in big mouthfuls. "Silly girl, eat slowly. No one's going to fight with you." Yifan sat down with his back against the boulder, stroking Baihu's fur as he said with a smile. "I was wondering why I couldn't find you anywhere. So you came here to hide." Following that, Yumoji's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Yifan. "Madam, why are you here?" Yifan asked Yumoji with a smile. "I am now the Devil Lord's wife. I can go wherever I want." Yumoji smiled as she came to Yifan's side and sat down next to Yifan. The white fox looked up at Yumoji and then continued to eat its food. "Why is Xiao Zhao eating here?" Yumoji asked Yifan in confusion as she looked at Baihu, who kept eating. "Why? You didn't meet the Balrog envoy?" Yifan asked Yumoji. "I did," Yumoji replied. "He said that you brought Xiao Zhao here early in the morning to relax, so he asked me to come here to find you." Yifan smiled after hearing that. This Balrog Shung was truly meticulous and sly. He handled matters flawlessly, truly worthy of being Sky Moni's personal demon envoy. "When I woke up, you were still in deep sleep, so I didn't dare to wake you up." I brought Xiao Zhao out to relax. Yi Fan smiled. The Balrog envoy was afraid that we would be hungry, so he sent a few palace maids to bring food here. Compared to before, Yi Fan's lying skills had made a substantial leap. He could just open his mouth and lie. Why did you find such a place to relax? Is the scenery around the Emerald Palace not beautiful? Yumoji asked Yi Fan with a smile. You don't say. Just coming down from the Emerald Palace, there were dozens of palace maids taking turns to greet me. After going down, there were 1,000 Devil Realm soldiers bowing to me. It's so annoying. Yi Fan curled his lips. If I don't come here to relax, where else can I go? Yumoji pursed her lips and smiled. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. You are now the Devil Lord, so you have to learn to adapt. Yumoji said to Yi Fan with a smile. Sigh, it's better to be free. Yi Fan plucked a stalk of grass and put it in his mouth. He then laid flat on the grass with his hands as a pillow and sighed. Yumoji smiled without saying anything. What time is it in the human realm now? Yi Fan asked Yumoji. It's midnight in the human realm now. Yumoji replied. In 4 hours, we will return to the human realm. Yi Fan said. All right, Yumoji replied. This time, you will stay in the Emerald Palace in the Blood Demon token like before. Yi Fan, who was lying on the grass, turned his head to look at Yumoji. As long as there's a chance, I will bring you out. Is that okay? As long as you are willing to bring me to the human realm, I will listen to you. Yumoji replied. Yi Fan smiled and did not say anything else. Whoosh! Just as the two were talking, a white-robed Balrog appeared in front of them out of thin air. Your subordinate Balrog greets the Devil Lord and Devil Queen. Balrog bowed respectfully to the two. Here we go again. Yi Fan said with a bitter smile. He realized that as long as he was in the Devil Realm, there was almost no peace. Balrog Emissary, please rise. Yumoji smiled at Balrog Emissary. Thank you, Devil Queen. Balrog Emissary stood up and said, Brother Balrog, what happened this time? Yi Fan stood up from the grass, patted the dust off his hands, and asked Balrog Emissary, Devil Lord, the Ghost and Demon Realm sent a special envoy to congratulate you on your marriage. Balrog Emissary said to Yi Fan, Ghost and Demon Realm? Yi Fan frowned. The Ghost and Demon Realm also sent a special envoy? Yes. Balrog Emissary replied. How many of them came? Yi Fan asked Balrog Emissary. The two realms each sent a special envoy and 2 attendants. A total of 6 people. Balrog Emissary replied. This ghost Ling Long sure changes fast. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Since they sent a congratulatory gift, accepted on behalf of the Devil Lord. Yumoji said to Balrog Emissary. Infernal Queen, there is something you are unaware of. Balrog Emissary said respectfully to Yumoji. According to the 2 special envoys, the Ghost and Demon Realm had specially instructed them to personally hand the gift to you. Personally hand it to me? Yi Fan frowned and asked Balrog Emissary, what is it? I do not know. Balrog Emissary replied. Could it be a trap? Yumoji asked Yi Fan with a serious expression. Probably not. Yi Fan replied, Devil Lord, do you want me to inform the 2 envoys that it is inconvenient for you to? Balrog Emissary asked for Yi Fan's opinion. It's just 2 gifts. There is no need to make such a fuss. Since they want to hand it to me personally, it must be something extraordinary. I will meet them personally. Yi Fan said to Balrog Emissary, bring them to Jade Flower Pavilion and wait for me. Treat them well. I will be there soon. Yes, I will do it right away. I will take my leave. Balrog Emissary bowed respectfully to the 2 envoys. Following that, a white light flashed, and he vanished into thin air. It looks like I won't be able to avoid this free time. Yi Fan shook his head and said, Inside the Jade Flower Pavilion, a man and a woman sat calmly on the jadeite chairs, quietly drinking fragrant tea. The man wore a snow-white robe and had a handsome face. The woman wore a pink dress and could be described as a stunning beauty. Behind the 2 of them stood 2 attendants, each of them serious in speech and manner. Balrog Emissary, who wore a white jade robe, sat opposite the 2 with a smile. Whoosh! As a blood-colored starlight flew in through the window, Yi Fan, who wore a golden crown and black robes, appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Devil Lord. Upon seeing Yi Fan appear, Balrog, emissary, immediately stood up and bowed. The moment he stood up, the two envoys immediately stood up as well. Demon Lord Special Envoy, White, Jade Mirror greets the Devil Lord. I wish the Devil Lord and the Devil Queen a prosperous dragon and phoenix and a harmonious zither. The handsome man in a snow-white robe bowed to Yi Fan and said, Ghost Lord Special Envoy Charming Ru Xian greets the Devil Lord. I wish the Devil Lord and the Devil Queen an everlasting union. The peerless beauty in a pink dress bowed deeply towards Yi Fan. Then she gently opened her red lips and said softly. As the two of them bowed, the four attendants standing behind them also bowed to Yi Fan. Rise. As Yi Fan spoke, he elegantly shook his robe and sat on the jadeite throne. He still had to put on airs. After all, he was now meeting the special envoys of the ghost and demon realms. As soon as Yi Fan sat down, several beautiful palace maids immediately served Yi Fan fragrant tea. Everyone expressed their thanks and straightened up. After seeing the Devil Lord in front of them, the Ghost Lord Special Envoy, Charming Ru Xian, couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder the Ghost Lord Gui Linglong, who had a heaven-defying divine skill, was defeated. This person's spiritual pressure was truly domineering. The Special Envoy of the Demon Realm, White Jade Mirror, was also stunned by Yi Fan. This person was protected by auspicious light and surrounded by auspicious air. He was like a true immortal descending to the mortal world, as expected of the reincarnation of Eldritch. I heard from the Balrog Special Envoy that the two special envoys wanted to see me. Yi Fan picked up the fragrant tea and gently blew on it as he asked the two of them. Under the orders of the Demon Lord, we have prepared a humble gift for the Devil Lord. Please accept it. The Demon Envoy White Jade Mirror said as he stretched his hand into the air. Buzz, a white light flashed, and a jade box appeared in White Jade Mirror's hand. He lowered his head and raised the jade box above his head with both hands. Yi Fan looked at Balrog Shung. Balrog Shung understood tacitly and took the jade box from White Jade Mirror's hand. Then he slowly walked up the jade steps and placed the box in Yi Fan's hand. The moment he touched the box, Yi Fan felt the domineering spiritual energy within the box. What could it be? How could it have such spiritual energy? Yi Fan thought as he reached out to open the box. Whoosh! The moment the box was opened, two resplendent white lights surged out from the jade box in Yi Fan's hand and soared into the sky. Yi Fan's silky silver hair was blown into the sky by the white light and fluttered in the wind. What powerful spiritual energy! The Demon Envoy Balrog Shung and Ghost Envoy Mei Rushin were shocked. White Jade Mirror, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. Within the white light that soared into the sky, Yi Fan's eyes were wide open and his face was filled with shock. Inside the box, there were two objects that were several inches long and were surrounded by spiritual energy. One of them was in the shape of a walking beast and looked up into the sky. The other was in the shape of a coiling dragon and looked up into the sky and roared. These two treasures were none other than the Ice Dragon 9 scabbards, Chow Wind scabbard, and Puleo scabbard. The Demon Venerable's wedding gift to him was actually two divine scabbards. Yi Fan was shocked. Patter! Yi Fan closed the box again. The white light that soared into the sky returned to the box. Mr. Bai, when you return, you must convey my gratitude to the Demon Venerable. Just say that I, Buffon, am eternally grateful. Yi Fan looked at White Jade Mirror and said seriously, I will definitely convey the Demon Lord's words. White Jade Mirror cupped his hands and said to Yi Fan, reporting to the Demon Lord, I have specially prepared a gift for the Demon Lord under the orders of the Demon Venerable. I hope the Demon Lord will kindly accept it. Mei Rushin, who was dressed in a pink dress and had a beautiful face, took out a letter and raised it above her head with both hands as she spoke respectfully. Letter? Ghost Linglong had given him a letter? After seeing the item in Mei Rushin's hand, Yi Fan frowned. What is it that the ghost venerable can't say directly? Why must he send a letter? Yi Fan asked Mei Ruxin. This matter is of great importance. The demon lord will know when you see it. Mei Ruxin said respectfully to Yi Fan. Balrog Sheng received the letter with both hands and handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan glanced at Mei Ruxin, then took out the letter and opened it. Chapter 860. Southwest Border. The moon appears, heavenly dog. Swamps, Yin and Yang eccentric old man, throwing stones to ask for directions, making friends through gambling. If I succeed, I will obtain the divine cauldron. Gui Linglong. There were only a few lines of deranged cursive handwriting on the letter, causing Yi Fan's heart to beat wildly. Gui Linglong had told him the location of one of the divine cauldrons. The seventh divine cauldron was in sight. Yi Fan's eyes widened, and he was overjoyed. Seeing Yi Fan's overjoyed expression, the Yao envoy by Yujing and the devil envoy Yen Mashan were immediately surprised and puzzled. What did Gui Linglong write in the letter to make Yi Fan so happy? Seeing this, the beautiful Mei Ru Xian smiled sweetly. The ghost lord is really considerate, Yi Fan said to Mei Ru Xian as he folded the letter and put it away. Is the demon lord satisfied with this gift? Mei Ru Xian asked Yi Fan with a smile. Of course I'm satisfied, Yi Fan said to Mei Ru Xian. Miss Ru Xian, after you return, please convey my thanks to the ghost sovereign. Tell him that I really like his gift. It was obvious that Gui Linglong was repaying Yi Fan for not killing her. But even so, Yi Fan still had to express his gratitude. After all, it was better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. Demon Lord, don't worry. I will definitely convey your words, Mei Ru Xian replied. Flame Demon Envoy. These two envoys rarely come to my demon realm. Please do my duty as a host and receive them well. Do not neglect them, Yi Fan said to Flame Demon Envoy. Yes, Demon Lord. Flame Demon Envoy respectfully replied. Envoys, I still have important matters to attend to. I will not accompany you for now, Yi Fan said to the two envoys. Have Flame Demon Envoy thank you on my behalf, Yi Fan said as he slowly stood up from the Jade Throne. Farewell, Demon Lord. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to leave, the two envoys bowed to Yi Fan and said in unison. Whoosh with a thought, Yi Fan's figure transformed into countless blood-red fragments of light and disappeared in a thin air. 2 hours later, Yi Fan appeared above the EC. He had already arrived at the human realm. Baihu Xiao Zhao sat on Yi Fan's shoulder, her snow-white fur fluttering in the wind. At this time, the sun had not yet risen in the mortal world, and the eastern sky was just beginning to turn white. Whoosh! Yi Fan executed his movement technique and transformed into a streak of dazzling starlight as he sped toward Ship Wuji, which was dozens of miles away. Although he had already obtained clues about the seventh divine cauldron from Gui Linglong, the 3-day deadline had already passed. Logically speaking, he had to make a trip back. After all, it was very likely that Matsumoto Takeyoshi would assign him a new mission regarding the 9 cauldrons. Whoosh! Yi Fan turned into a dazzling star and landed on the boat. He opened the cabin door and stepped into the cabin. After entering the cabin, Baihu jumped down from Yi Fan's shoulder and ran up the stairs. She had not slept at all last night, and now she was anxious to return to her futon and catch up on her sleep. Teacher is back. When Yi Fan turned around to close the cabin door, little Oda's voice sounded from behind him. Yi Fan replied and turned around. Little Oda was wearing a white nightgown, and her hair was casually draped behind her back. She appeared very delicate and refined. Did I wake you up? Yi Fan asked little Oda. No, I woke up early. Little Oda smiled faintly and replied. It's not even dawn yet. Why did you wake up so early? Yi Fan casually asked Kono Oda as he slowly walked towards the table. He shook his robe and sat down cross-legged. I knew that teacher would be back today, so I got up early to prepare breakfast for teacher. Little Oda said as she slowly knelt in front of Yi Fan. She reached out and picked up the teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea for Yi Fan, and handed it to Yi Fan with both hands. Yi Fan took the fragrant tea and frowned slightly. The tea was warm. This proved that little Oda had already woken up and prepared hot tea for him. This girl was really meticulous. Yi Fan thought to himself as he took a sip of tea. Teacher hasn't eaten yet, right? I'll go get it for teacher. Little Oda said as she got up and walked to the kitchen. Yi Fan nodded. Early in the morning, he was busy explaining to Xiao Zhao, busy meeting with the two demon emissaries, busy saying goodbye to Tenmoni, busy returning to the Lingyun cave to pick up the two demons and rush back to the EC. How could he have time to eat breakfast? As the Demon King, he was so busy that he didn't even have time to eat breakfast. Yi Fan thought of this and shook his head bitterly. As the Demon King, he was really pitiful. As Yi Fan was thinking, little Oda walked out of the kitchen with two huge food boxes the size of buckets in her hands. Bang! Bang! After arriving in front of Yi Fan, little Oda placed the two food boxes heavily on the floor. Each of the food boxes was more than 2 feet tall and had 5 layers of drawers. This is all breakfast. Yi Fan looked at the two huge and heavy food boxes in front of him and asked Oda Ono with a dumbfounded expression. These are the new Central Plains dishes that I've learned in the past few days. I don't know how good they are, and if they're to your liking, please try them. As Oda Ono spoke, she reached out to open the lunchbox and placed the dishes on the table one by one. The two huge, 5-layered food boxes were filled with nearly 20 dishes. When he saw the dazzling dishes on the table, Yi Fan's eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. Braised duck feet, Westlake fish and vinegar, stir-fried vegetables, braised prawns, beggar's chicken, donkey rolls, braised mutton, braised pig trotters. The table was filled with all kinds of Central Plains delicacies. What made Yi Fan even more surprised was that these delicacies were very exquisite and fragrant. You made all these? Yi Fan asked little Oda in surprise. When I came here, Sir asked me to make more Central Plains dishes, but I grew up in Dongying and have never eaten Central Plains dishes. Little Oda smiled and said to Yi Fan, while Sir wasn't in the EC these past 3 days, I went ashore to buy some Central Plains recipes and learn how to make them a few times. I don't know if Sir is used to them. If I don't do well, Sir, please don't take offense. Little Oda, who was kneeling in front of Yi Fan, lowered her head apologetically as she spoke. 3 days? You learned so many dishes in 3 days? Yi Fan asked little Oda in surprise. Yes. Little Oda nodded and answered. I only asked you to learn how to make a few Central Plains dishes. I didn't ask you to make so many, Yi Fan said. I don't know which Central Plains dishes Sir likes to eat, so I learned a few more, little Oda said with a smile as she nodded politely to Yi Fan. My unintentional words caused you to go through so much trouble. I'm really sorry. Yi Fan lowered his head and thanked little Oda with Dongying etiquette. Thank you for your hard work. No, it's not hard. Little Oda waved her hand and said to Yi Fan, This is what I should do. Sir, you're too polite. Yi Fan smiled and didn't say anything. He picked up his chopsticks and casually put a few dishes into his mouth and slowly tasted them. The fish was smooth and tender. The vegetables were crisp, the lamb was fragrant, and the pork trotters were springy. All of the dishes were not only exquisite, but also delicious. The exquisiteness of Dongying dishes, the deliciousness of Central Plains dishes, and the exquisite knife skills of a ninja. Little Oda combined the advantages of the two cuisines into one. It could be said to be a masterpiece. It was said that Dongying women were the most suitable to be wives. Now that he saw it, it was indeed true. Yi Fan thought to himself, How's the taste? Little Oda asked Yi Fan anxiously. Very good. Yi Fan smiled. Really? Little Oda's eyes lit up as she asked Yi Fan. Really? Yi Fan said as he reached out and picked up a bowl of white rice and ate it in big mouthfuls. He was indeed hungry. Seeing Yi Fan wolfing down the food, little Oda's face revealed a sweet smile. It's a pity that you're not a famous chef, Yi Fan said to little Oda as he ate. Sir, you're too kind. Little Oda smiled and said, Actually, we Dongying women are good at cooking. It's just that you don't understand. You're too full of yourself. Yifan kept putting food into his bowl and said, "Not all Dongying women are as good at cooking as you. For example, my wife forgets to scrape her scales to make fish soup." "Sir, are you talking about your beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chiko?" Little Oda asked Yifan. "Why? Do you know her too?" Yifan looked up and asked Little Oda. "She's the daughter of the famous Japanese knife maker, Fujiwara Kaga. Who doesn't know her?" Little Oda replied. Sigh. At the mention of his beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chiko, Yifan paused for a moment and let out a sigh. After sighing, Yifan continued to eat. Sir, did I say something wrong?" Seeing Yifan sigh, Little Oda cautiously asked Yifan. "No, it's none of your business," Yifan replied. Little Oda pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. "In the 3 days that I was gone, did anything new happen in East Blue?" Yifan changed the topic and asked Little Oda. "Nothing new," Little Oda replied to Yifan. "Except for Miss Yu and Mr. Yamamoto, all the masters have gone out for a stroll." Yifan's body froze when he heard Oda's words. "Why didn't they go out?" Yifan pretended to ask casually as he continued to eat. "The two of them quarreled, and they quarreled very fiercely," Little Oda said to Yifan. "Mr. Yamamoto seems to have hit Miss Yu." As soon as Little Oda finished speaking, Yifan, who was eating, immediately stopped. His expression changed, and he looked up at Little Oda. "Chio Yamamoto hit Miss Yu?" Yifan narrowed his eyes and asked Little Oda. Little Oda nodded. "Is this true?" Yifan asked Little Oda. "When I went out to dry the clothes, I accidentally saw it." Little Oda replied. "Is Miss Yu injured?" Yifan frowned and asked. "I don't know." Oda Ono shook her head and replied. "I only saw Mr. Yamamoto slap Miss Suki in the face from afar, and then he angrily returned to the cabin, leaving Miss Suki alone on the deck, crying bitterly." Bang! Yifan slammed his chopsticks on the table. He stood up, turned around, and walked toward the cabin door. "Sir, where are you going?" Little Oda stood up and asked hurriedly. "Look after Xiao Zhao. I'll be back soon." Chapter 861. Whoosh. Yifan's figure landed on the deck of the battleship. After landing, he slowly came to Akatsuki's cabin door and stood silently. He was hesitating whether he should intervene in this matter. It wasn't easy for him to part ways with Akatsuki. If he got involved this time, then all his previous efforts would be in vain. But despite this, Yifan still couldn't forget Akatsuki. On the surface, it seemed that he ignored and mocked Akatsuki. But in his heart, his feelings for Akatsuki were completely opposite. When he thought of the scene where Akatsuki was slapped by Yamamoto Chiyao, Yifan's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He was hesitant. He couldn't make up his mind. He raised his hand several times to knock on the door, but he stopped several times. Useless thing. Yifan scolded himself in his heart. He hardened his heart and turned around. He had to calm down and not act impulsively. It was just a slap. Akatsuki wouldn't be hurt that badly. That was a family matter between husband and wife. If he interfered, it would be like meddling in other people's business. Yifan persuaded himself in his heart. He took a deep breath and then stepped forward, ready to leave. However, just as he was about to use his movement skill and leave the battleship, a low sobbing sound came from Akatsuki's cabin. His voice was sorrowful and heartbroken. It was Akatsuki's crying. Yifan, who had already walked a few steps away, instinctively stopped. He clenched his fists and began a fight in his heart. He couldn't go even if he cried. At this time, he absolutely couldn't be soft-hearted. After Yifan made up his mind, he stepped forward again. "Greetings, Mr. Yi." As the saying goes, there are no stories without coincidences. Just as Yifan made up his mind, two ninjas passing by saw Yifan. They respectfully greeted and bowed to Yifan. When he saw this, Yifan immediately frowned and complained incessantly. These two fellows didn't appear earlier or later, but just when he was at the entrance of Akatsuki's cabin, they suddenly appeared. If this were to be heard by Akatsuki, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? Yifan put his index finger to his mouth, indicating that the two ninjas should not make sound. Akatsuki was still crying in the sleeping cabin. She probably didn't hear what the two ninjas said. The two ninjas looked at each other with a puzzled expression. They did not know what Yi Fan was up to. Voila! Just as Yi Fan hurriedly waved to the two ninjas, indicating that they should quickly leave, Akatsuki's cabin door was opened. After hearing the sound of the cabin door slowly opening behind him, Yi Fan helplessly closed his eyes. What he was afraid of really happened. He took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily. As expected, Akatsuki heard what the two ninjas said. The two ninjas who were in the dark bowed to Yi Fan and turned to leave. What are you doing here? Akatsuki's hoarse voice came from behind Yi Fan. I'm here to find Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Yi Fan's back was facing Akatsuki, and he hurriedly answered. Mr. Matsumoto's sleeping cabin is near the stern. I'm at the bow. Akatsuki exposed Yi Fan's lie. After hearing this, Yi Fan's face was full of bitterness. He suddenly found that his lying technique was not very good. I'm afraid that Matsumoto Takeyoshi hasn't woken up yet, so I'm just walking around. Yi Fan explained again. I remember that last time you directly kicked Mr. Matsumoto's cabin door open. What? Now you're concerned about Mr. Matsumoto's rest. Akatsuki once again exposed Yi Fan's lie. All lies had one thing in common. That is, in order to complete a lie, you need to fabricate more lies. But Yi Fan's brain was not working at all. Even a 3-year-old child would not be deceived, let alone Akatsuki. Yi Fan was completely speechless. He now wished that he could directly pick up those two ninjas and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. If those two idiots did not appear rashly, nothing would have happened. Mr. Yi, you can scold me, you can humiliate me, but please don't lie to me. I'm not that stupid, Akatsuki said, lowered her head, and began to slowly close the cabin door. Miss Mochizuki, please wait a moment, Yi Fan said and turned around. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Akatsuki gradually stopped closing the door. Yi Fan walked a few steps to the cabin door and looked at Akatsuki. At this time, Akatsuki's face was covered with a veil. She lowered her head and did not look at Yi Fan. Her long waterfall-like hair almost completely covered her face. Mr. Yi, is there anything else? Akatsuki held the door frame with one hand and held the cabin door with the other, calmly asked Yi Fan. Did that guy Yamamoto hit you? Yi Fan asked Akatsuki. Since the lie had been exposed, he might as well get straight to the point. As soon as Yi Fan said this, Akatsuki's body instantly shook, and her hand holding the cabin door instinctively tightened. Sorry, this has nothing to do with Mr. Yi, Akatsuki said coldly and began to pull the cabin door, preparing to close it. Ha! Yi Fan reached out and grabbed the cabin door. Did he hit you or not? Yi Fan asked Akatsuki again. This is my family matter. Mr. Yi, please conduct yourself with dignity, Akatsuki said to Yi Fan. From the beginning until now, Akatsuki kept her head down and didn't look up at Yi Fan. Raise your head. Yi Fan noticed Akatsuki's unusual movement and said. Akatsuki kept her head down and didn't say anything. I told you to raise your head. Yi Fan's tone started to become impatient. Mr. Yi, if there's nothing else, I want to take a break. Sorry for being rude, Akatsuki said as she closed the cabin door with both hands. Seeing this, Yi Fan immediately grabbed Akatsuki's chin and forced her to raise her head. When he saw Akatsuki's bruised eye, Yi Fan's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Mr. Yi, please conduct yourself with dignity. Akatsuki stubbornly turned her head away and said, Take off your veil. Yi Fan stared at Akatsuki's eyes and said with a frown. Kiyoshi Yamamoto didn't just slap Akatsuki. The bruise on Akatsuki's eye was obviously caused by someone's fist. Mr. Yi, please leave this place, Akatsuki said angrily to Yi Fan. Slap. The furious Yi Fan grabbed Akatsuki's arm and pulled her into the sleeping cabin. What are you doing? Akatsuki questioned Yi Fan loudly as she struggled with all her might. However, her strength was no match for Yi Fan. Crash! Yi Fan slammed the cabin door behind him. Let go of me! Let go of me! Akatsuki kept hitting Yi-fan like a madwoman. Screech. Yi-fan grabbed Akatsuki's arm with one hand and suddenly reached out with the other to tear off Akatsuki's veil. The moment the veil was torn off, Yi-fan was stunned. His lips trembled slightly, and his eyes instantly turned red. Akatsuki's face was covered with countless cuts and bloodstains. It was a ghastly sight. Her originally peerlessly beautiful face now looked like a bloody gourd. The moment the veil was torn off, Akatsuki immediately screamed and turned her head away. Yi-fan pulled her back. With tears in his eyes, he slowly reached out to Akatsuki's face with his trembling hands. Sob, sob. Akatsuki buried her head in Yi-fan's arms and started bawling. Yi-fan's hand stopped in midair and let Akatsuki hug him. Did he do it? Yi-fan, who was crying nonstop, looked straight ahead and asked Akatsuki calmly. Akatsuki hugged Yi-fan even tighter and cried even louder. Her cries were full of grievance. Her cries answered everything. Where is he now? Yi-fan asked Akatsuki calmly again. Akatsuki, who was crying in Yi-fan's arms, kept shaking her head. At this moment, she could no longer say anything. Wait for me here. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. Yi-fan said and helped Akatsuki to sit on the bed and turned to leave. Akatsuki, whose face was covered with blood and who was crying nonstop, grabbed Yi-fan's arm and kept shaking her head. Yi-fan pulled Akatsuki's hand away and disappeared. If Inchandacion was the first person he wanted to kill, then Chiyao Yamamoto was the second person. This person must die. Shwa. Yi-fan's figure appeared on the deck out of thin air. He mobilized his five senses and carefully sensed Chiyao Yamamoto's spiritual power. After searching for a while, Yi-fan narrowed his eyes. That guy was not on the warship now. At this time, the sky began to brighten, and some ninjas appeared on the deck one after another. Shwa. Yi-fan's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of the two ninjas under the mast. His sudden appearance startled the two ninjas. Greetings, greetings, Mr. Yi. After seeing that the person who came was Yi-fan, the two ninjas immediately bowed. Let me ask you, where's Chiyao Yamamoto? Yi-fan asked the two ninjas with a livid face. Mr. Yamamoto. He left yesterday, one of the ninjas replied. Left? Where did he go? Yi-fan continued to ask. I don't know. The ninja was frightened by the murderous aura emitted from Yi-fan's body and began to draw circles with his tongue. Yi-fan furrowed his brows. His figure flashed again and disappeared. In the berth cabin, Matsumoto Takeyoshi yawned and stretched with a sleepy face. He just got up. The man in white quietly stood beside Matsumoto Takeyoshi with his eyes closed. After changing his clothes, Matsumoto Takeyoshi stretched his neck and slowly walked to the cabin door, ready to go to the deck outside to get some fresh air. Voila! Just as Matsumoto Takeyoshi opened the cabin door, Yi-fan appeared outside the door. Buffon-kun? Seeing Yi-fan standing at the door, Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked in confusion, Where's Chiyao Yamamoto? Chapter 862. Yamamoto Kiyoshi? Matsumoto Takeyoshi frowned and asked Yi-fan. He left yesterday. Why are you looking for him? Yi-fan's expression made him feel that something was going to happen. Where did he go? Yi-fan asked Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Yamamoto said that he was not used to the environment here, so I arranged for him to take a boat back to Japan. Matsumoto Takeyoshi replied Yi-fan. Strictly speaking, Yamamoto Kiyoshi had taken the initiative to join Matsumoto Takeyoshi and was not an expert recruited by Matsumoto Takeyoshi. This way, Matsumoto Takeyoshi did not have any jurisdiction over him. Since Yamamoto Kiyoshi had the intention to retreat, Matsumoto Takeyoshi naturally pushed the boat along with the current and let him leave. Matsumoto Takeyoshi did not care about this kind of fickle person. He was even a little happy that this person had left. When did he leave yesterday? Yi-fan asked. Yesterday morning. Matsumoto Takeyoshi replied to Yi-fan. If he didn't encounter any storms, he should be thousands of miles away by now. After Yi Fan heard this, he turned around and left. Tongue. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Fan turned into a dazzling ray of light and soared into the sky from the warship. He soared into the clouds and flew rapidly in the direction of Dongying. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan's starlight disappeared into the clouds. Why is he looking for Yamamoto Kiyoshi? At the entrance of the cabin, Matsumoto Takeyoshi raised his head to look at the sky and frowned as he muttered to himself. Judging from the killing intent emanating from his body, Yamamoto Kiyoshi is in big trouble this time. Shingo Yamada, who was standing behind Matsumoto Takeyoshi, said calmly, "Looks like it's because of Akatsuki again." Matsumoto Takeyoshi smiled. "Didn't Mr. Matsumoto see it just now?" Shingo Yamada said to Matsumoto Takeyoshi with a serious expression, "We haven't seen each other for 3 days, and this guy's cultivation has almost doubled. The higher his cultivation, the easier will be to find the remaining 9 cauldrons." Matsumoto Takeyoshi turned his head and smiled at the man in white. "This is not a bad thing for us. Sir, you said before that it's fine as long as the knife is adequate. Don't make it too sharp. If it's too sharp, it's easy to cut yourself." Yamada Shingo looked up at Matsumoto Takeyoshi and said. He was reminding Matsumoto Takeyoshi, "If the knife is too sharp, it is indeed easy to hurt yourself." Matsumoto Takeyoshi turned his head and said with a smile, "But if a good knife is too sharp, it will be counterproductive." Counterproductive? Shingo Yamada asked Matsumoto Takeyoshi, "How is it counterproductive?" "Break it." Matsumoto Takeyoshi spat out 2 words. Shingo Yamada's gaze turned cold as he came to a realization above the clouds. Yi Fan, who had turned into a star, focused his vision while activating his movement technique, constantly looking down at the sea below. He was looking for traces of Kiyoshi Yamamoto. At this moment, he had already flown more than 800 miles away from the warship. To him, who had already been to Dongying, this route was not unfamiliar. According to the speed of ship, even if it traveled day and night without stopping, it would only be slightly more than 500 miles. Kiyoshi Yamamoto should be nearby, Yi Fan thought as he looked around. Everything was as Yi Fan had expected. He soon found traces of Kiyoshi Yamamoto. 300 miles in front of him, a medium-sized Japanese fast boat was cleaving through the waves, sailing forward with its sails raised. On the deck of the clipper, a man in a red battle robe was standing at the bow of the ship, looking at the sea. Behind him stood 6 ninjas in white with sabers on their backs. This person was none other than Kiyoshi Yamamoto. The reason why he left Dongying and Matsumoto Takeyoshi was not because he was not acclimatized to the environment, but because of other reasons. Yi Fan could be said to have been in the limelight during the battle of the Netherworld ghouls. This person had not only killed all the Netherworld ghouls and obtained the top merit, but also won the respect of everyone. As for Kiyoshi Yamamoto, he had been slapped by Yi Fan in front of all the experts until he spat out blood and fell to the ground. It could be said that he had embarrassed himself and lost all his face. He, who was used to being spoiled by his master, had never suffered such humiliation. He knew that he was not a match for Yi Fan, so he vented his anger on Akatsuki. If it was not for this woman, he would not have fallen out with Yi Fan, and he would not have been so disliked. Because of this, he had a big argument with Yu Hongji on the deck, and in a fit of rage, he had slapped her in the face. Akatsuki was severely injured during the battle with a Netherworld ghoul immortal, and her spirit power was greatly damaged. How could she be a match for Kiyoshi Yamamoto? In addition, she had personally admitted in front of all the experts that she was Kiyoshi Yamamoto's fiancée, so she did not dare to fight back. In Dongying, the status of a woman was far lower than the status of her husband. After beating up Akatsuki, Kiyoshi Yamamoto returned to his cabin and drank to drown his sorrows. As the saying goes, drowning one's sorrows in alcohol makes one even more sorrowful. When he thought of how Akatsuki had risked her life to save Yi Fan, and how Yi Fan had slapped him, Kiyoshi Yamamoto gritted his teeth in anger and burned with anger. Anger rose from his heart, and evil grew in his heart. An evil thought surfaced in his mind. Wasn't Akatsuki as beautiful as a flower? Wasn't she deeply in love with Yi Fan? Today, he would destroy her appearance and turn her into an ugly monster that everyone hated. Let's see if Yi Fan still wants her. If he, Kiyoshi Yamamoto, couldn't have it, then no one could. The evil fire in his heart attacked him, and he walked on a path of no return. In the middle of the night, he sneaked into Akatsuki's cabin and used a spell to control Akatsuki. Then, he punched and kicked Akatsuki and cruelly used a dagger to slash Akatsuki's face dozens of times. The pitiful Yukongi cried for help, but to no avail. Chiao Yamamoto had ruined her beautiful appearance. After doing all of this, Kiyoshi Yamamoto had almost sobered up. Looking at Akatsuki lying in a pool of blood, Kiyoshi Yamamoto realized that he had caused trouble. With Yi Fan's temper, he would definitely not let him off. It was said that the leader of the 5 children, the blue-eyed child, had been brutally beaten up by Yi Fan, who had rushed over afterwards because he had abused 2 of Yi Fan's little brats. If it wasn't for the expert Qin Kong Iha's timely intervention, Green-Eye Boy wouldn't have been able to survive until now. It was already like this for provoking 2 brats. He had disfigured Akatsuki, so how could Yi Fan forgive him? He didn't have a junior brother like Qin Kong Iha to protect him. After thinking about it, Kiyoshi Yamamoto thought of a way. Escape. As long as he returned to Japan, he would be safe. His master, who was at the peak of cultivation, was there to protect him. Thinking of this, Kiyoshi Yamamoto used the excuse that he wasn't acclimatized to Matsumoto, Takeyoshi, and hurriedly left. He then stepped on the road to Japan. How long until we reach Japan? On the deck, Kiyoshi Yamamoto turned his head and asked the ninja behind him. In half a day, we will reach Japan's waters. A ninja in white replied. Faster. Kiyoshi Yamamoto frowned and ordered. He didn't know why, but at this moment, he suddenly felt his ears ringing and his heart beating. He had an ominous premonition. Because of this, he ordered them to speed up. Yes, Mr. Yamamoto. As the ninja spoke, he immediately turned around and prepared to urge the crew. However, the moment he turned around, Yi Fan, who had tied his hair with a golden crown and silver-haired black robes, was already standing in front of him. Mr. Yi, the ninja in white, was shocked by Yi Fan's sudden appearance. Yi Fan didn't say a word, and his face was as dark as water. Greetings, Mr. Yi. After regaining his senses, the ninja in white immediately knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. After hearing the ninja in white's words, Kiyoshi Yamamoto, who was standing at the bow of the ship, suddenly widened his eyes and narrowed his pupils. He subconsciously turned around and looked behind him. The other 5 ninjas in white followed him and turned around. When he saw the murderous and serious Yi Fan, Kiyoshi Yamamoto's heart instantly turned cold. Yi Fan was here. Thud, thud, thud. Under the instinctive fear, Kiyoshi Yamamoto retreated 5 or 6 steps until he reached the edge of the bow of the ship before he had to stop. Greetings, Mr. Yi. After the 5 ninjas saw Yi Fan, they were stunned at first. Then, they knelt on one knee and bowed to Yi Fan. You ran really fast. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Kiyoshi Yamamoto. Protect. Protect me. Quick. Quick. Kiyoshi Yamamoto, who was frightened, stammered an order to the 6 ninjas in white kneeling on the ground. The 6 ninjas in white who were kneeling on one knee looked at each other and raised their heads to look at Yi Fan. Yi Fan lowered his head and glanced at the ninjas. His gaze was cold and piercing, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. The 6 ninjas shivered and quickly lowered their heads. Are you going to disobey Mr. Matsumoto's orders? Kiyoshi Yamamoto hurriedly asked when he saw that the 6 ninjas were indifferent to his orders. These several ninjas in white were sent by Matsumoto Takeyoshi to escort Kiyoshi Yamamoto. Kiyoshi Yamamoto had the right to order them. Under normal circumstances, they would do their best to protect anyone who wanted to harm Kiyoshi Yamamoto. But at this moment, even if they ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall, they would never dare to do so. Because the person who came was none other than Yi Fan, the demon king who killed the nether ghosts in one move. Yi Fan. It's none of your business. Go away. Yi Fan said coldly to the ninjas kneeling in front of him. Several ninjas nodded respectfully to Yi Fan, then got up and walked to the stern of the ship. What are you doing? Kiyoshi Yamamoto pretended to be calm and asked Yi Fan. But even so, his eyes were still filled with fear and panic. What do you think? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and asked Kiyoshi Yamamoto. As he asked, he slowly walked towards Kiyoshi Yamamoto. Don't come over. Don't come over. Kiyoshi Yamamoto was frightened and anxiously said to Yi Fan. He was an expert, a peerless expert. But in front of Yi Fan, he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword, because he knew that the moment he drew his sword, it was very likely that he would die. Yi Fan stopped less than 3 feet away from Kiyoshi Yamamoto. At this moment, he had 1,000 ways to kill Kiyoshi Yamamoto in an instant. But he didn't do so. He couldn't let Kiyoshi Yamamoto die just like that. That would be too easy for him. Tongue. Just as Yi Fan stopped in his tracks, Chiyao Yamamoto instantly used his movement skill and leaped into the air from the deck. He quickly flew in the direction of Dongying. This time, he used all his spiritual energy to activate his movement technique. He wanted to escape from Yi Fan, this terrifying guy. Swish. Kiyoshi Yamamoto's speed was extremely fast, and he instantly flew 5 miles away. Chapter 863. In the air 5 miles away, Chiyao Yamamoto, who was in a red robe, used all his spiritual power to escape. At this moment, he was like a frightened bird. He only wanted to escape from Yi Fan as far as possible. As he rushed forward, he would turn back from time to time to see if Yi Fan had caught up. Seeing that Yi Fan was still standing at the bow of the ship, Chiyao Yamamoto was ecstatic. His life could be considered to have been saved today. With his current speed, he would reach the coast of Japan in less than half an hour. As long as he reached Japan, his safety would no longer be a problem, because his master would sense his spiritual pressure in advance and appear on the shore in time. At that time, even if Yi Fan wanted to make things difficult for him, he wouldn't have the chance. Chiyao Yamamoto thought to himself, but he thought too simply. With Yi Fan's speed, even if he was hundreds of miles away, Yi Fan could still reach him in an instant. Not to mention that Yi Fan was no longer the same as before. He had the mysterious Sky Secret Manual and the proud Moon Heavenly Order, 2 great powers of tribulation. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chiyao Yamamoto had already rushed more than 10 miles away. Yi Fan was still standing at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. He looked at Chiyao Yamamoto expressionlessly. The scene in front of them made the 6 white-clothed ninjas standing at the stern of the ship puzzled and puzzled. They didn't understand why Yi Fan didn't make a move when Chiyao Yamamoto had already flown more than 10 miles away. It could be seen that Yi Fan didn't come all the way to find Chiyao Yamamoto to say goodbye, but to denounce him. As for how Chiyao Yamamoto had offended Yi Fan, they didn't know. They only knew that no matter who offended Yi Fan, they would end up very miserably. In fact, they were wrong. It wasn't that Yi Fan didn't make a move, but he was waiting for an opportunity. He wanted to make a move when Chiyao Yamamoto was full of joy and felt that he had gotten rid of him. When the opponent was full of hope, he could instantly make them fall into complete despair. That kind of impact was the best way to make the opponent mentally collapse. And that was exactly what Yi Fan was prepared to do. He wanted Chiyao Yamamoto to be hurt both physically and mentally, so that he would lose all hope. Whoosh! Chiyao Yamamoto's figure had already rushed more than 30 miles. Ha ha! Ha ha! Seeing that Yi Fan didn't catch up, Chiyao Yamamoto, who was rushing forward, laughed loudly. It seemed that this fellow knew his place. He knew that he was close to the Eastern Ocean continent and didn't dare to act rashly. He must be afraid of his master. Chiyao Yamamoto thought to himself. At this moment, he did not know that this was the last time he would laugh to his heart's content. Chiyao Yamamoto's loud laughter clearly drifted into Yi Fan's ears. Standing at the bow of the ship, he narrowed his eyes and curled the corners of his mouth, revealing an evil smile. Buzz! Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of blood. He raised his right hand, and his 5 fingers instantly bent into a claw, reaching out in the direction of Chiyao Yamamoto. Whoosh, a scarlet chain as thick as an arm shot out from Yi Fan's palm, heading straight for the air. The scarlet chain shone with a dazzling red light, as if it was soaked in blood. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Cha! The scarlet chain continued to spurt out from Yi Fan's palm. Endless. Chain. It was the chain again. Seeing Yi Fan release the scarlet chain, the faces of the 6 ninjas in white instantly changed. Every time Yi Fan used this light chain, there was only one outcome for the other party: death. It seemed that this time, Chiyao Yamamoto was definitely going to die. The ninjas thought to themselves. In the air, dozens of miles away, Chiyao Yamamoto, who was dressed in a red robe, was secretly rejoicing over his safe escape. He was complacent and did not know that behind him, the scarlet chain that was more than 30 miles long had already broken through the air and was about to reach him in an instant. Poof! Just when Chiyao Yamamoto felt that he was completely safe, the scarlet chain, which was like a long snake in the air, instantly pierced through his right shoulder blade. Blood splattered everywhere, and his skin was torn open. Chiyao Yamamoto's entire right shoulder was directly pierced through by the scarlet chain. Ouch! Chiyao Yamamoto let out a miserable scream, which resounded through the air. Whoosh! After piercing through Chiyao Yamamoto's right shoulder blade, the scarlet chain did not slow down. It drew a beautiful arc in the air, then turned around directly, heading toward Chiyao Yamamoto's left shoulder. Poof! After a muffled sound, the scarlet chain directly pierced through Chiyao Yamamoto's left shoulder blade. Ouch! Chiyao Yamamoto let out a second scream in pain. His body swayed, and he fell head first into the sea. Plop! A moment later, Chiyao Yamamoto plunged into the cold sea. From Yi Fan's attack to Chiyao Yamamoto falling into the sea, it was just a blink of an eye. Seeing Chiyao Yamamoto falling into the sea, Yi Fan smiled and directly channeled his spiritual power. Walala! The scarlet chain, which was more than 30 miles long, began to gradually retract into Yi Fan's palm. When Yi Fan retracted the chain like this, Chiyao Yamamoto suffered a lot. Above the sea, Chiyao Yamamoto, whose shoulders were pierced by the scarlet chain, was wailing incessantly. He fluttered and rolled, sometimes sinking into the sea, and sometimes popping out. Behind him, there was a long trail of blood. A few sharks were attracted by the smell of Chiyao Yamamoto's blood, and they followed closely behind. A few huge dorsal fins cut through the waves and chased crazily. Seeing this situation, the 6 ninjas couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. In terms of torture methods, these ninjas were all masters of torture. As long as they fell into their hands, no matter how tight-lipped they were, they would have to speak obediently. However, compared to Yi Fan, who was standing before them, their methods were simply not worth mentioning at all. Amidst the wailing, Chiyao Yamamoto, who was rolling in the sea, was directly dragged to the front of the ship by Yi Fan's scarlet chain. At this time, the chain was pierced through his shoulders, and his body was covered in blood. His wet hair was stuck to his bloodless face, and he looked extremely miserable. How was this still an expert? This was completely a pitiful, soulless stray dog. Whoosh! When they rushed to the sea less than 300 feet away from Yi Fan, several sharks instantly turned around and fled. They felt the terrifying aura emanating from Yi Fan's body. In terms of intuition, they were much more sensitive than humans. Why, not running anymore? Yi Fan, who was holding the scarlet chain in his hand, shook the chain and asked Chiyao Yamamoto, who was immersed in the cold sea. No, I don't dare. Achoo! The ghastly pale Kiyoshi Yamamoto answered Yi Fan with a trembling voice, and he even sneezed at the same time, causing him to cut an extremely sorry and laughable appearance. Let me ask you, what did you do to Hongji? Yi Fan looked down at Chiyao Yamamoto and asked with an expressionless face. Chiyao Yamamoto, who was in the sea, trembled and did not dare to speak. Whoosh! Seeing Chiyao Yamamoto remain silent, Yi Fan gently pulled the scarlet chain in his hand. Oh! When Yi Fan pulled the chain, Chi Yao Yamamoto suddenly howled like a pig being slaughtered. Speak, Yi Fan said coldly. I hit her. Chi Yao Yamamoto evaded the question and answered Yi Fan. Just hit her? Yi Fan continued to ask. I also, Chi Yao Yamamoto stuttered and did not want to speak. What else did you do? Yi Fan continued to ask. Also disfigured her face. Chi Yao Yamamoto replied in a low voice. After Yi Fan heard this, his eyes narrowed. Hearing Chi Yao Yamamoto's words, the 6 ninjas standing at the stern immediately understood. No wonder Yi Fan was so angry. It turned out that Chi Yao Yamamoto disfigured Akatsuki's face. This guy is really tired of living. Regarding the relationship between Akatsuki and Yi Fan, who on the warship did not know about it, the relationship between the two of them was not like what it seemed on the surface. The battle with the Nether Ghosts made everyone see the sincere feelings between the two. This Chi Yao Yamamoto simply ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts. He actually dared to touch Yi Fan's woman and even disfigure her face. This time, it would be strange if Chi Yao Yamamoto did not die. Several ninjas came to a conclusion about Chi Yao Yamamoto's ending. Seeing Yi Fan's sharp eyes, Chi Yao Yamamoto shivered and lowered his head without saying a word. Come with me. I'll go back and properly entertain you. As Yi Fan spoke, his body instantly rose into the air and went straight into the clouds. Crash! Chi Yao Yamamoto, who was soaked in the sea water, was directly lifted by Yi Fan, who was holding the chain, and flew into the air. Ouch! Chi Yao Yamamoto let out a scream. Amidst the scream, Yi Fan dragged Chi Yao Yamamoto, who was swinging in the air, and flew in the direction of East Blue. I wonder how Mr. Yi will torture this guy. Looking at Yi Fan, who gradually disappeared into the horizon, a white-clothed ninja on the ship muttered to himself. Believe me, it's better not to look at that scene. It will give you nightmares. Another ninja replied. I bet that he will die miserably, maybe even more miserably than Inchandation, a young ninja said. In the future, when we speak to Miss Yu, we must be careful, very careful, and not the slightest bit negligent. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. A middle-aged ninja reminded everyone. I wonder if Mr. Yi will become our enemy in the future. A ninja in white with a veil on his face said solemnly. I'd rather commit seppuku than die in Mr. Ye's hands. The last ninja murmured, they're back. In the spacious and comfortable berth cabin, the white-clothed man standing behind Matsumoto Takeyoshi opened his eyes and said to Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who was sitting on the futon and eating rice porridge, asked the white-clothed man without raising his head, Who's back? Today was the last day of the 3-day holiday, and the masters were continuously returning to East Blue. Matsumoto Takeyoshi didn't know who the white-clothed man was talking about. Yi Fan, Chi Yao Yamamoto, the white-clothed man replied. When Matsumoto Takeyoshi heard the white-clothed man's words, the porcelain spoon in his hand immediately stopped in front of his mouth. Chi Yao Yamamoto is back too? He turned his head and frowned as he asked the white-clothed man. Yes, the white-clothed man replied. So he's still alive? Matsumoto Takeyoshi put the porcelain spoon back into the bowl of porridge and muttered to himself in surprise. Chapter 864. High up in the sky, Yi Fan stepped on the auspicious clouds with his hair tied up and his robe fluttering in the wind. He had already arrived right above the Wuji battleship. On the deck of the battleship, all the ninjas widened their eyes and looked up at the sky. They weren't looking at Yi Fan's auspicious clouds, but at Chiyo Yamamoto, who was hanging under the auspicious clouds. Chiyo Yamamoto, whose shoulders were pierced by the scarlet chains, had a pale face. His eyes were tightly shut, and his entire body was wrapped in a thick layer of ice, like a transparent cocoon. He was floating around under Yi Fan's auspicious clouds, and there was no longer any movement from him. Above the clouds, the cold air was bone-chilling. Ordinary experts wouldn't be able to withstand the cold air at such a high altitude, let alone Chiyo Yamamoto, whose shoulders were pierced by Yi Fan's scarlet chains. Seeing this, the ninjas were shocked. Didn't Chiyo Yamamoto leave yesterday? Why was he in Yi Fan's hands? What did he do to offend Yi Fan? Why was he being tortured by Yi Fan like this? The ninjas couldn't understand. Swoosh! Above the clouds, Yi Fan's heart stirred. He used the cloud-collecting technique to disperse the auspicious clouds beneath his feet. At the same time, he activated his body movement technique and transformed into a dazzling ray of starlight. He descended from the sky toward the warship below. Swoosh! The white starlight was like lightning, and it instantly landed on the deck of the battleship. Boom! With a loud bang, Chiyo Yamamoto, who was being dragged behind Yi Fan by the scarlet chains, crashed heavily onto the deck. Yi Fan's speed was so fast that Chiyo Yamamoto, who was wrapped in ice, created a huge crater on the deck of the Wuji battleship. Even the Wuji battleship was shaken violently by this force. Ice shards splashed everywhere, and the shockwave spread in all directions. All the ninjas were knocked off balance by the shockwave and retreated one after another. When the battleship regained its balance and the shockwave gradually dissipated, everyone regained their footing. Greetings, Mr. Yi. After seeing Yi Fan, all the ninjas knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads to salute him. After the battle with the Hell Demons, Yi Fan won the respect and admiration of all ninjas. Without Yi Fan, they would not have survived to this day. Yi Fan flicked his sleeves and signaled the ninjas to stand up. All the ninjas nodded and stood up. After getting up, the ninjas immediately surrounded him and looked at Chiyo Yamamoto, who was embedded on the deck of the battleship. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Kiyoshi Yamamoto's shoulders were completely pierced through by Yi Fan's scarlet chains. Yi Fan's fall completely shattered the thick layer of ice covering Chiyo Yamamoto's body. Embedded in the deck, his lips were purple and his body was covered in ice. He looked like a big red fish that had just been defrosted. Yi Fan made such a big commotion that it attracted the experts who had returned to the battleship to come out of their cabins. The blue-clothed man Kakashi Sato, the leader of the 5 boys, the leader of the 4 guardians, Chiyao, the leader of the 4 guardians, Shinichi Funakoshi, Onijiro in a black robe, Bamu Chongqing in a white robe, Kamehameha, the broken blade, and Shinkong Iha in a big cloak with the word crane written on it. All of them rushed over. When they saw Kiyoshi Yamamoto with his shoulders pierced, all the experts frowned and looked at Yi Fan. Brother Bufanyu, Onijiro asked Yi Fan. Like the other experts, he did not know why Yi Fan would do such a thing to Kiyoshi Yamamoto. You ask him, Yi Fan said to Onijiro while turning his head to look at Kiyoshi Yamamoto. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Onijiro immediately frowned. From Yi Fan's means and tone, this Kiyoshi Yamamoto must have angered Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan's cultivation was very high, he never bullied the weak. Something that could make him this angry was definitely not a small matter. I say, Brother Yi, can he still talk like this? Chiyao looked at Yi Fan and asked. Yi Fan glanced at Chiyao. Then, with a clatter, he pulled on the chains. Kiyoshi Yamamoto, who was still breathing, immediately opened his eyes and groaned in pain. What happened? Just when the experts were about to ask Kiyoshi Yamamoto what happened, Matsumoto Takeyoshi's voice came from not far away. The crowd parted, and Matsumoto Takeyoshi and the white-clothed man Shingo Yamada slowly walked over. Mr. Matsumoto, save me. When he saw Matsumoto Takeyoshi coming in front of him, Kiyoshi Yamamoto was like a Buddha seeing a life-saving straw and immediately asked for help. At this moment, perhaps only Matsumoto Takeyoshi had the ability to save him. After all, he still held the true soul of Yi Fan's wife in his hands. Yamamoto? The moment he saw Kiyoshi Yamamoto, Matsumoto Takeyoshi frowned. Everything was as Shingo Yamamoto said before. This guy was really half dead at this time. Mr. Matsumoto, please save me. Kiyoshi Yamamoto once again pleaded with Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Buffon-kun, what's going on? Matsumoto Takeyoshi looked at Yifan and asked, how did you hurt him like this? Yifan glanced at Matsumoto Takeyoshi and then turned his gaze to Kiyoshi Yamamoto. Yamamoto, how did you offend Buffon-kun to make him so angry with you? Matsumoto Takeyoshi saw that Yifan did not answer him directly and immediately turned his head to ask Kiyoshi Yamamoto. Kiyoshi Yamamoto wanted to say something but hesitated. What, you can't say it? Yifan coldly asked Kiyoshi Yamamoto. Kiyoshi Yamamoto lowered his head and remained silent. He had no face to say it. If you don't want to say it, fine, I'll say it. Yifan sneered. What the hell is going on? Matsumoto Takeyoshi asked Yifan again. Hongji, come out. Yifan shouted Akatsuki's name loudly. This shout was shouted out by urging his spiritual power. His voice was not loud, but it was incomparably deep and echoed endlessly. Voila! With the sound of the cabin door, Akatsuki, dressed in red and with a veil on her face, walked out of the cabin with her head lowered. Akatsuki? Seeing Yu Hongji walk out, the experts immediately understood what was going on. This matter was indeed related to Akatsuki. The experts thought in their hearts. At this time, Akatsuki's head was wrapped in a headscarf and her face was covered with a veil, only revealing a pair of eyes. She lowered her head and slowly came in front of Yifan. Yifan hugged Akatsuki, looked around at the crowd, and said, Do you all want to see Hongji's appearance? As soon as Yifan said this, Akatsuki suddenly looked up at Yifan, her eyes full of shock. She had already guessed what Yifan was going to do. Regarding Yifan's words, the experts were puzzled and puzzled. At this time, they were talking about Kiyoshi Yamamoto. Why did they suddenly talk about Akatsuki's appearance? However, the three people in blue, Sadokawa, the leader of the 5 children, and Chiyao, the leader of the 4 protectors, suddenly lit up after hearing Yifan's words. They had long wanted to see Akatsuki's true appearance. The 3 of them were all lecherous and were experts in judging beauties. Yu Hongji's graceful and curvaceous figure, her jade-white skin, and her clear, translucent, and beautiful eyes made the 3 of them drool endlessly. Although she wore a veil all the time, all the signs indicated that this woman was a 1-in-a-million beauty. Hearing Yifan's question, the 3 people's eyes immediately lit up. As soon as Yifan's voice fell, Akatsuki immediately turned around and walked away. However, Yifan firmly held her shoulders, and she couldn't break free. Everyone, please look. Cha! Yifan said, and pulled off the red veil covering Akatsuki's face. When they saw Akatsuki's face full of knife marks and purple bruises, everyone present was immediately stunned. Even Matsumoto Takeyoshi and Yamada Shingo, who was standing behind him, sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of face was this? Thousands of ravines, knife marks, red and swollen bruises, and bloody scabs all over. What kind of beauty was this? She was clearly a female ghost. Who did this? Matsumoto Takeyoshi's face sank and asked in a low voice. As he asked, he turned his head and looked at Yamamoto Kiyoshi. Yamamoto Kiyoshi lowered his head even more. Woo! Akatsuki, whose veil was pulled off, covered her face and burst into tears. Yifan hugged her in his arms and patted her back. Bastard! Onijiro broke the silence and cursed. The matter in front of them couldn't be more obvious. Yamamoto Kiyoshi, this bastard, ruined Akatsuki's appearance. Are you still a man to lay your hands on a woman? Bamo Changqing gritted his teeth and said to Yamamoto Kiyoshi, Bastard. Chinkong Iha, who had always been taciturn, said calmly. Yamamoto Kiyoshi's behavior had angered everyone. You made the trouble yourself. You solve it yourself. I can't help you. Matsumoto Takeyoshi flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Matsumoto Takeyoshi hated this kind of person to the extreme. Sir, save me. Sir. Yamamoto Kiyoshi struggled to crawl behind Matsumoto Takeyoshi and hugged Matsumoto Takeyoshi's thigh and begged bitterly. If Matsumoto Takeyoshi didn't save him, he would die today. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Matsumoto Takeyoshi said as he lifted his leg. Crash! Yamamoto Kiyoshi, who was chained to the shoulder, fell to the ground. Matsumoto Takeyoshi stepped away. Hongheim! Hongheim! I was wrong. I am a beast. I am worse than a dog. I beg you. I beg you to spare me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Seeing that Matsumoto Takeyoshi ignored him, Yamamoto Kiyoshi crawled in front of Akatsuki and reached out to hug Akatsuki's thigh. You dare to do it again. Yamamoto Kiyoshi's words made Yi-Fan furious. Bang! Yi-Fan said and kicked Yamamoto Kiyoshi's face. His kick was so powerful that it sent Shiao Yamamoto flying. Yamamoto Kiyoshi hit the guardrail and vomited blood. Red? Honji! Chio Yamamoto slowly raised his head and weakly said to Honji, Don't look at the face of the monk. Look at the face of the Buddha. Look at the face of the Buddha. Look at the face of my master, and your master. Our fellow disciples spare my life. His master and Akatsuki's master were fellow disciples. Now, he could only pin his hopes on this. Akatsuki kept sobbing and didn't speak. Fellow disciples? Yi-Fan sneered. If you really cared about your fellow disciples, you wouldn't have done this to Hongheim. Brother Yi, don't talk nonsense with this kind of person. Just get rid of him as soon as possible. Qiao impatiently advised Yi-Fan. Yi-Fan narrowed his eyes after hearing that. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Walala! With a thought from Yi-Fan, the bloody scarlet chain began to flow out from Yi-Fan's palm. It slowly wrapped around Yamamoto Kiyoshi from his feet to his head. Surnamed Yi, even if I, Yamamoto Kiyoshi, become a ghost, I will never let you go. Seeing that there was no hope for survival, Yamamoto Kiyoshi spat fire and gritted his teeth as he spoke to Yi-Fan. Don't worry, I will make it so that you can't even become a ghost. Yi-Fan said and began to slowly activate the scarlet chain in his hand. Walala, as Yi-Fan activated the demon spirit, the scarlet chain that wrapped around Yamamoto Kiyoshi gradually tightened. Yamamoto Kiyoshi let out a heart-wrenching groan. Walala, the crimson chains continued to move around his body, tightening around him. Yamamoto Kiyoshi's face began to turn from white to red, and then from red to black. At this time, his handsome and thin face had become as big as a pig's head. Drip, drip, countless drops of blood flowed down the scarlet chain and dripped to the ground. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard immediately. Seeing this situation, the experts frowned. Yi-Fan wanted to crush Yamamoto Kiyoshi alive. Akatsuki turned her head away and couldn't bear to look at it. Brother Buffon, that's enough. Give him a quick death. Onijiro said to Yi-Fan. Yi-Fan turned his head and glanced at Onijiro. Then, he turned his head and suddenly opened his eyes. Walala! The scarlet chain instantly tightened. Puff! Chapter 865. In the blink of an eye, Kiyoshi Yamamoto died tragically on the spot. Yi-Fan's scarlet chain was formed by the spirit of the heavenly demon. It was extremely powerful and could destroy the opponent's body, soul, and soul. Back then, hundreds of ghost immortal-level nether ghosts were killed by Yi-Fan's scarlet chain in one move. Their souls were scattered. Now, Kiyoshi Yamamoto had died under his scarlet chain. Asterisk crash. Asterisk after killing Kiyoshi Yamamoto, Yi-Fan withdrew the scarlet chain that glowed like blood into his palm. Looking at Kiyoshi Yamamoto's body and soul being destroyed and turned into meat paste, all the experts present couldn't help but frown slightly. They were all top-notch experts. Killing people was nothing out of the ordinary for them. But it was the first time they had seen such a tragic death like Kiyoshi Yamamoto. They were now thinking about one thing. Once they met Yi-Fan in the future, would they also die tragically at Yi-Fan's hands like Kiyoshi Yamamoto? The blue-eyed boy's face turned pale, and Kawaki Sato felt a chill down his spine. The two of them had developed a deep fear of Yi-Fan. This fear penetrated their bones. If all the experts were like this, then the ninjas surrounding the outer layer were even more so. They were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. They stood there in a daze, not even daring to breathe loudly. Yi Fan was too strong, so strong that it was unimaginable. In front of him, a top-notch expert like Kiyoshi Yamamoto was like an ant. Ishii. Yi Fan turned his head and looked at Ishii among the ninjas. "Yes, sir. What orders do you have?" The pale Ishii answered Yi Fan respectfully. "Find a few people to help me clean up this place. Also, repair the deck," Yi Fan said to Ishii. After all, the matter of killing Chiao Yamamoto was his personal matter, and he was duty-bound to do so. "Why, yes," Ishii replied respectfully. "Sorry to trouble you." Yi Fan expressed his gratitude to Ishii. "Yes, sir. You're too polite," Ishii replied with a bow. "Hongji, come back with me to treat your injuries," Yi Fan said to Akatsuki, who was in his arms, as he used his movement technique. Asterisk, whoosh, asterisk, the two of them disappeared into thin air. A white starlight soared into the sky and flew toward the small boat behind the battleship. "The show is over. It's time to go back and sleep," Chiao muttered to himself as he turned around and walked towards his sleeping cabin. The experts glanced at each other and returned to their cabins. Kiyoshi Yamamoto's soul? In front of the wide window, Matsumoto Takeyoshi looked out of the window as he asked Yamada Shingo, who was behind him. Shingo's eyes. Shingo's Yamamoto. Send someone to collect his broken bones and flesh, then send it to Dongying on a fast ship and personally hand it to his master, Takada Yuji. Matsumoto Takeyoshi said calmly. Also, you must tell him the whole story. "Sir, you mean Shingo Yamamoto?" asked Matsumoto Takeyoshi. "Yamamoto came to seek refuge with me, and he was killed on my ship. I have to explain this matter clearly." Matsumoto Takeyoshi turned around and sat down on the futon. "I don't want that guy to find trouble with me." "I understand what you mean, sir, but—" Shingo Yamamoto frowned and hesitated. "But what?" Matsumoto Takeyoshi picked up the teapot and poured tea as he asked Shingo Yamamoto. "I heard that Takada Yuji has no descendants. He only has this one beloved disciple, and he has always treated him like a son. Furthermore, he is extremely narrow-minded and vengeful. If he finds out about this, he will definitely find trouble with you and Yi Fan," Shingo Yamamoto replied with a serious expression. Takada Yuji was not someone easy to deal with. It was said that this person's attainments in sorcery were extremely high, and his puppet techniques were unparalleled in the world. Furthermore, his swordsmanship was extremely strange. Once he used it, it was extremely crazy. He would not stop until he had cut his opponent into pieces. Because of this, the Japanese swordsmanship world gave Takada Yuji a nickname, Mad Blade Takada. This guy was not an ordinary person. Even Shingo Yamamoto, whose swordsmanship had reached perfection, was somewhat afraid of this person. One could imagine how strong this person's combat power was. "I want him to come." Matsumoto Takeyoshi smiled as he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Whoosh! On the deck of the boat, Yi Fan and Akatsuki appeared out of thin air. "Follow me in," Yi Fan said as he opened the cabin door and slowly walked in with Akatsuki. "Sir, you're back." Oda Ono, who was dressed in a white robe, greeted Yi Fan. However, when she saw Akatsuki standing behind Yi Fan with a veil covering her face, Oda Ono was immediately stunned. Miss Mochizuki?" Oda Ono asked in surprise. She had no idea what had just happened on the battleship. Akatsuki turned her head to the side and did not say anything. She did not want others to see her current appearance, especially this woman who had intimate contact with Yi Fan. "Oda, I'll explain this matter to you later," Yi Fan said to Oda Ono. "Immediately prepare a basin of hot water, a towel, and a bottle of strong liquor for me. Bring them upstairs. I need them urgently." "Oh, I'll go prepare them now," Oda Ono said, and immediately turned to leave. Whoosh! Just as Yi Fan was about to bring Akatsuki upstairs, Baihu's figure jumped down from upstairs. A light and nimble white figure instantly arrived. "Woo!" Baihu cried out excitedly and jumped into Akatsuki's arms. She missed Akatsuki too much. Xiao Zhao. Yu Hongji hugged the white fox that was pouncing towards her. Her voice carried a trace of happiness. She also missed Xiao Zhao very much. Baihu intimately rubbed against Akatsuki's palm, and Akatsuki constantly stroked Baihu's fur. A human and a fox reunited after such a long time. Naturally, they were happy. Xiao Zhao, don't make trouble. I'm going to treat Hongji's injuries. As Yi Fan spoke, he reached out and took the white fox away from Yu Hongji's arms like he was tearing off a piece of plaster. As soon as she heard the word treat, Baihu, who was in Yi Fan's arms, immediately quieted down. She stared at Akatsuki with a pair of clear eyes, her face full of confusion. I'll explain it to you later, Yi Fan said as he took Akatsuki upstairs. After the two humans and one fox went upstairs, Oda Ono also brought the things Yi Fan had asked her to prepare upstairs. Oda, stand guard outside the door. Don't let anyone in, Yi Fan said as he took the tray from Oda Ono's hands. Okay. Oda Ono responded and walked out of the cabin, closing the door behind her. After Oda Ono left, Yi Fan reached out and gently took off Akatsuki's veil. When she saw Akatsuki's face full of bloodstains and ravines, Baihu, who was standing at the side, suddenly retreated. She was frightened by the wounds on Akatsuki's face. Now she finally understood what Yi Fan meant by wounds. She stopped retreating and slowly came to Akatsuki's side, gently licking Akatsuki's palm. She was comforting Akatsuki. Akatsuki pursed her lips, and tears began to roll in her eyes. Don't cry, or your tears will hurt your wounds, Yi Fan said while soaking a towel with hot water and then gently wiped Akatsuki's wounds. You're right. I'm a burden. Seeing Yi Fan's careful look, Akatsuki said with a choked voice. Yi Fan's hand paused for a moment, and he didn't say anything. After wiping the scabs on Akatsuki's face with the towel, Yi Fan picked up the jug and pulled out the cork. It might hurt a little later. Bear with it, Yi Fan said as he poured the liquor evenly onto the towel that he had just washed. He wrapped the towel around his index finger and gently wiped the wounds on Akatsuki's face. Akatsuki stared at Yi Fan without blinking, motionless. Does it hurt? Yi Fan asked. It doesn't hurt, Akatsuki softly replied. This is liquor. How can it not hurt? Yi Fan said. Akatsuki stared at Yi Fan without saying anything. Baihu quietly looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why Yi Fan didn't use the power of the heavenly demon to directly restore Akatsuki's appearance. In fact, Yi Fan had thought of this method, but after thinking it over, he gave up on it. For the long term, he was prepared to completely transform Akatsuki's body. After wiping Akatsuki's face with the liquor, Yi Fan put down the towel. He stretched out his right hand and used the nail on his thumb to lightly cut the tip of his middle finger. A few drops of blood immediately flowed out from the tip of his finger. You? What are you doing? Seeing Yi Fan cut his finger, Akatsuki anxiously asked. Baihu Xiao Zhao also had a puzzled expression. I'm helping you heal, Yi Fan said to Akatsuki. As he spoke, he pulled Akatsuki's hand and used his nail to lightly cut Akatsuki's wrist. Cha! A bloody mark immediately appeared on Akatsuki's wrist, and blood slowly seeped out. You are... Akatsuki became more and more confused. Under the puzzled gaze of the woman and fox, Yi Fan dripped a drop of blood from his middle finger onto the wound on Akatsuki's wrist. Transforming Akatsuki's body was very simple. All he needed to do was to inject a drop of his blood into her body. Wong, as Yi Fan's blood dripped in, the bloody mark on Akatsuki's wrist immediately turned red. Shwa, Yi Fan's blood instantly seeped into Akatsuki's wound. Hua, a red light flashed, and the wound on Akatsuki's wrist began to heal automatically. Wong, not only did the wound on her wrist begin to heal, but the wounds on Akatsuki's face also began to glow red and quickly healed. She could only feel an incomparably hot current surging through her body, and it was extremely domineering. From now on, no matter what kind of injury you suffer, you can heal on your own. Yifan said to the red-faced Akatsuki. The blood flowing in his body was no longer ordinary blood. During the battle with Gue Linglong, the Spirit Phoenix and the Moon Phoenix had worked together to create a new body for him. In other words, his blood now contained the mysterious heaven secrets, the proud moon heavenly order, and the heavenly demon power, three great spiritual powers. Chapter 866. As soon as Yifan said that, Akatsuki was shocked. Her face was flushed red as she hurried to the basin and looked into the water. Yu Hongji was stunned by what she saw. However, the countless wounds on her face had already completely healed, and she was as good as new. Not only that, her skin was even fairer and more tender than before she was injured. Right now, she was even more beautiful than before. Akatsuki kept looking at herself in the water and was filled with joy. She caressed her beautiful face as if she was in a dream. To be honest, even she felt that she was as beautiful as a fairy in the water. Don't make yourself suffer in the future. You have to fight back when you have to. Yifan said to Akatsuki as he wiped the blood on his finger with a towel. A red light flashed on his middle finger and the wound healed instantly. Akatsuki pursed her lips and lowered her head as she replied softly. After receiving the nourishment of my spiritual blood, you will feel light and relaxed for a period of time. You won't feel sleepy at all. You might even feel your blood boiling and be inexplicably excited. Yifan said to Akatsuki, you don't have to worry about these phenomena. You will slowly get used to it. Do I really have the ability to heal myself? Akatsuki asked Yifan. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yifan said as he took out the two daggers and handed them to Akatsuki. This is my red princess dagger. Looking at the two exquisite daggers in Yifan's hands, Akatsuki said in surprise. As she spoke, she took the two daggers from Yifan's hands. The two daggers in her hands were exactly the same. They were smooth and had a simple design. It was obvious that they were made by famous craftsmen. Yifan was a descendant of the Divine Weapon clan, so this was an easy task for him. I saw that your red princess saber had already broken into two pieces. It would be a pity to throw it away, so I decided to forge it into two daggers. This way, it can still stay by your side. Yifan said to Akatsuki. Thank you. Akatsuki looked up at Yifan and said gratefully. It's a piece of cake, Yifan said calmly. Akatsuki lowered her head and didn't say anything else. Yifan, on the other hand, sat there quietly without saying a word. At this moment, the two of them really wanted to say something to each other, but they didn't know how to start. After a long time, Akatsuki broke the silence and asked Yifan, how's your search for the 9 cauldrons going? I have obtained the patterns of the 6 divine cauldrons, and I already have a clue about the 7th divine cauldron. Yifan poured a cup of tea for Akatsuki and answered. That's a good thing, Akatsuki said softly to Yifan. I believe you and your wife will be reunited soon. I hope so, Yifan said. When you plan to look for the 7th cauldron? Akatsuki asked Yifan in a low voice. If Matsumoto Takeyoshi doesn't have any new missions for me, I'll leave in a while, Yifan said as he drank his tea. Oh. Akatsuki lowered her head and replied. It was obvious that she wanted to go with Yifan. However, with the awkward relationship between the two of them, she didn't dare to say this out loud, nor did she feel embarrassed to say it out loud. Yifan was well aware of Akatsuki's thoughts. Originally, Akatsuki and Yamamoto Kiyoshi had formed a new partnership, but now that Yamamoto Kiyoshi was dead, she became alone again. The two of them fell into silence again. Woo! Just as Yifan was deep in thought, the white fox suddenly leaped onto the table. It raised its front paw and gently patted Yifan's arm, letting out a fox cry. After patting Yifan, Baihu turned to look at Akatsuki and then looked at Yifan again. Yifan frowned after seeing this. Xiao Zhao was hinting for him to bring Akatsuki. It was used to the three of them traveling together. Thank you for healing me this time. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Akatsuki who had been silent with her head lowered, bowed slightly to Yi Fan and said. As she spoke, she put the veil back on her face and slowly got up. You're leaving now? Yi Fan frowned and asked Akatsuki. Your search for the cauldron is more important. I can't disturb you. Akatsuki, who got up, said softly to Yi Fan, Be careful. Take care. After that, Akatsuki turned around and walked to the cabin door. Do you want to go with me? Just when Akatsuki, who was in a daze, opened the cabin door, Yi Fan's voice came from behind her. Is that really okay? Yi Fan's words made Akatsuki immediately turn around and ask in surprise. I may be in danger this time. I want you to help me take care of Xiao Zhao. Yi Fan said to Akatsuki. Okay. Akatsuki nodded her head like a little chick pecking rice. An hour later, 2 people and 1 fox appeared high up in the sky. Above the auspicious clouds, Yi Fan's hair was tied up and his black robes fluttered in the wind. Beside him, Akatsuki held Baihu in her arms as her red robes fluttered. Baihu lay lazily in Akatsuki's arms and comfortably took a nap. Everything seemed to have returned to the past. The heavenly dog appears on the southwest border. Is it referring to the heavenly dog devouring the moon? The red-robed Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. Along the way, Yi Fan had already told her everything that had happened recently. From the appearance of Kuju Junichiro and the revelation of the shocking secret, to the cultivation of the proud moon heavenly scripture, to the Devil Palace's emergency, to the bitter battle with Gue Linglong, to the difficult victory, to marrying Yumoji as the Devil King's wife, to receiving news of Gue Linglong's divine cauldron, Yi Fan told her everything. Of course, he did not hide the reason for marrying Yumoji as the Devil King's wife. After listening to him, Akatsuki's face was filled with shock and could not recover for a long time. She did not expect Yi Fan to experience so many things in such a short period of time. She did not expect Matsumoto Takeyoshi to be so scheming and cunning. It should be the heavenly dog devouring the moon. Yi Fan replied, throwing a stone to test the waters and making friends through gambling. Akatsuki frowned and said, Could it be that we have to win the yin-yang eccentric old man that Gue Linglong mentioned to get the exact location of the divine cauldron? I'm not sure about that. Yi Fan frowned and said, Gue Linglong only left behind these few sentences and nothing else. Could there be a trap here? Akatsuki reminded Yi Fan. Probably not. Yi Fan said to Akatsuki, although Gue Linglong's methods are ruthless, he is not an ungrateful person. The clue he gave us must be real. Akatsuki nodded slowly. Before we reach the southwest border, I will use the blood creation technique to create a new doppelganger to confuse Gue Yin Seeker. Yi Fan turned to Akatsuki and said, For safety reasons, I will also create a doppelganger of you and Xiao Zhao to prevent any flaws. After these doppelganger leaves, we will disguise ourselves and take the road. In order to deal with Gue Yin Seeker, Yi Fan was extremely careful and did not even dare to fly. If he flew, he would definitely attract Gue Yin Seeker's attention. In that case, it would only reveal that he was hiding something. I'll listen to you. Akatsuki said to Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded and began to activate the auspicious clouds to focus on their journey. He had to reach the southwest border before nightfall. After half an hour, Yi Fan pushed the auspicious clouds aside and landed on the ground. The two of them landed in a dense forest in the middle of a mountain range. The mountain range was high and the forest was dense, with few people around. It was the best place to hide. After landing on the ground, Yi Fan stretched out his finger and gently cut his left wrist. Cha! A line of blood appeared on his wrist. Scarlet blood flowed out from the wound on his wrist. Yi Fan closed his eyes and began to activate the heavenly demon power. Wunk! The blood that flowed out from his wrist glowed red and shone brightly. Drip! The bright blood started to drip down. Following that, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. After Yi Fan's blood landed on the ground, it started to expand and gradually turned into a human figure covered in red light. This was Yi Fan's blood creation technique. Akatsuki was shocked. Wong. In the blink of an eye, the red light disappeared and turned into a black rogue Yi Fan with a golden crown. This Yi Fan stood quietly in front of Yi Fan and looked at Yi Fan with a smile. This scene shocked Akatsuki so much that she was tongue-tied. Her mouth was half open and her jaw was almost dislocated. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, she was still shocked by the scene in front of her. Baihu widened her eyes in disbelief. She carefully walked in front of Yi Fan and looked at him carefully. Xiao Zhao. Yi Fan spoke in human language and spoke to Baihu. This Xiao Zhao scared Baihu so much that she jumped into Akatsuki's arms. This Yi Fan could actually speak, and his voice was exactly the same as Yi Fan's. Drip, drip. Yi Fan closed his eyes and continued to use the blood creation technique. Hua. Following that, a Akatsuki with Baihu in her arms appeared out of thin air. This Akatsuki was wearing a red robe and had a blood-colored veil covering her face. Baihu was sleeping soundly in her arms and looked exactly the same as Yi Fan. Seeing this, Akatsuki instinctively took a few steps back. Woo! Seeing that another Baihu had appeared, Baihu immediately bared her teeth and growled in protest. Xiao Zhao, stop fooling around. These are all fake. Yi Fan opened his eyes and said to Baihu. Baihu turned her head and glared at Yi Fan. She stopped growling. Whoosh! Yi Fan waved his sleeves at the three doppelgangers in front of him. Swoosh! 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 The three doppelgangers instantly flashed and disappeared. Where did they go? Akatsuki stuttered as she asked Yi Fan. Wandering around, Yi Fan said, They won't cause you trouble, right? Akatsuki continued to ask. Don't worry. They are controlled by my primordial spirit. They won't cause any trouble, Yi Fan said to Akatsuki with a smile. Oh my God! Akatsuki muttered to herself in shock. Chapter 867. The doppelgangers are gone. It's time for us to disguise ourselves. Yi Fan said to Akatsuki, same old rules. This time, we will still pretend to be husband and wife. Akatsuki nodded. Yi Fan slowly walked in front of Akatsuki. He activated the devil spirit and lightly waved at Akatsuki. Wong, after a flash of red light, Akatsuki's outfit instantly changed. She was wearing a black robe with a black velvet overcoat. She had a jade belt around her waist and a golden silk black veil on her face. Her hair was tied up high with a jade hairpin. She looked neat and tidy with an outstanding temperament. At this moment, Akatsuki was wearing a black outfit. She was holding a phoenix wing saber. She was high-spirited and valiant, just like a female hero with unparalleled martial arts. She looked at this outfit with a shocked expression. She was stunned and tongue-tied. Yi Fan's transformation had far exceeded her imagination. The Devil Bone Realm Sky Demon power was really powerful. Akatsuki thought in her heart. Looks good. Yi Fan crossed his arms and looked at Akatsuki from head to toe. He smiled and said, One look and I can tell that you are a martial arts expert. Woo! Baihu circled around Akatsuki and let out an excited fox cry. Akatsuki's outfit made it feel very interesting. It's your turn, Xiao Zhao. Just as Baihu circled around Akatsuki and looked left and right, Yi Fan waved his sleeve at Baihu with a smile. Wong, a red light flashed across Baihu's body. Hua! The white fox's appearance changed drastically in an instant. Xiao Zhao, who was a white fox with a body as white as snow and a smear of vermilion between its eyebrows, instantly turned into a 1 foot long, adorable little spotted puppy. Seeing that she had turned into a little dog, Xiao Zhao immediately expressed her dissatisfaction with Yi Fan and began to bark. Woof, woof! Baihu's cries turned into barks. Woo! Baihu was stunned at first, then it began to wail in a low voice. It didn't want to become a dog. Ha ha! Seeing this, Yi Fan laughed loudly. He picked up Xiao Zhao, who had turned into a puppy, and tried to persuade her. Xiao Zhao, don't be sad. These are all fake. I'm just trying to hide my whereabouts. Yi Fan comforted her while stroking the little puppy. Think about it. I can't turn you into a tiger or a leopard, right? If that's the case, wouldn't I be exposing myself? Besides, don't you look pretty good now? Just bear with it for a while, okay? Xiao Zhao looked up and glared at Yi Fan, then jumped into Akatsuki's arms. Yi Fan smiled in relief. Akatsuki stroked the little puppy in her arms, then looked up at Yi Fan and asked, "We've all changed. What about you?" "I'm easy," Yi Fan said with a smile. "Come and see." While smiling, he activated the demon spirit and spun in a circle. Buzz as the red light flashed all over Yi Fan's body. His appearance changed in an instant. The 8 treasures' jade gauze robe had turned into a snow-white robe. His silver hair had turned into black hair. Even Yi Fan's fair and handsome face had turned into a heroic bronze color. Like Akatsuki, he was also wearing a black velvet cloak and a golden crown. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Yi Fan stretched out his arms and asked Akatsuki with a smile. "Not bad." Akatsuki nodded and smiled as she looked at the handsome Buffon and Yi Fan. "From now on, I'll call you Fei Yin, and you call me Duanlang. Xiao Zhao's name will also be changed. Let's call it Xiao Hua," Yi Fan said to Akatsuki. "Fei Yin, Duanlang," Akatsuki said to Yi Fan with a smile. "These 2 names are quite nice. We're all children of the Jianghu. Our names have to be more impressive," Yi Fan said with a smile. "Woof," Xiao Zhao in his arms protested unhappily. It was already unhappy that it had been turned into a colorful puppy, and now that it had a rustic name like Xiao Hua, it was incredibly dejected. "Why are we pretending to be martial artists this time?" Akatsuki asked Yi Fan in return, while stroking the colorful puppy. In the past, when the 2 of them hid their identities, they would usually pretend to be normal people like beekeepers. Akatsuki did not quite understand why they were pretending to be martial artists this time. In her eyes, martial artists were also very eye-catching. "You don't understand. There are a lot of bandits in the southwest." Yi Fan tidied up his black velvet cloak and explained to Akatsuki, "This time, we're pretending to be martial artists. We can hide from Ghost Eye's thousand seekers' pursuit and avoid some unnecessary trouble. As the saying went, the road leads to heaven, and everyone walks their own path. Normal bandits and bandits would not cause trouble for martial artists. After all, many martial artists were born in the lullaby." "I see." Hearing Yi Fan's explanation, Akatsuki suddenly understood. "Come, let's go down the mountain," Yi Fan said to Akatsuki. "Before nightfall, we must reach the southwest border." As he spoke, he led Akatsuki down the mountain. "Are we still going to take a carriage this time?" Akatsuki asked as she walked side by side with Yi Fan. "A carriage is too slow," Yi Fan replied. "This time, we'll go on horseback." Half an hour later, 2 dark red Dewan colts were galloping on a small mountain path. Yi Fan and Akatsuki were riding side by side, their cloaks flying in the wind as fast as lightning. Baihu Xiao Zhao, who had already turned into a colorful puppy, was curled up in Akatsuki's arms and constantly dozing off. The rhythmic jolting and boredom made it quickly fall asleep. "The southwest border is so big. How are we going to find that Yin-Yang freak?" On horseback, Akatsuki turned her head and asked Yi Fan. "Gue Linglong mentioned in her letter, swamps, Yin-Yang freak. I think that Yin-Yang freak should live in the swamps." Yi Fan replied to Akatsuki, "But as far as I know, the southwest border is vast and sparsely populated. Most of it is barren land, and there are very few swamps. So as long as we find the swamps, we should be able to find something. I don't know what kind of person that Yin-Yang freak is. Will he be difficult to deal with?" Akatsuki frowned and muttered to herself. Different situations call for different actions. Yi Fan looked ahead and said calmly and powerfully, "As long as there is a divine cauldron, I am determined to get it." Akatsuki nodded. The 2 stopped talking and focused on their journey. Along the way, in order to prevent the horses from collapsing, Yi Fan secretly transferred a trace of spirit energy into the 2 horses. After receiving Yi Fan's spiritual energy, The 2-to-1 horses let out a long neigh as they galloped like lightning. 8 hours later, the two crossed thousands of miles and arrived at the southwest border. If I'm not wrong, we have already arrived at the southwest border. Looking at the continuous mountain range in front of them, Yifan reined in his horse and said with a frown, "It should be here." Akatsuki also reined in her horse and said, "Thump, thump." The two horses that had stopped were panting heavily. The spirit energy that Yifan injected into them had been used up. At this time, they were exhausted and their physical strength was weak. "For the rest of the road, we have to walk on our own," Yifan said as he got off the horse. Not to mention that the two horses' physical strength was severely overdrawn. Just the rugged and soft mountain road in front of them was enough to intimidate all the horses. Akatsuki also followed and dismounted. "Two old friends, thank you for sending us on our way. Today, our fate ends here. I hope we will meet again in the future," Yifan said to the two horses. With a flick of his sleeve, he injected a trace of spirit energy into the two horses. This place was desolate. There was no water or grass. If the two horses were to stay here, they could only wait for death. Yifan gave them a trace of spirit energy so that they would have the physical strength to leave this place and return to nature. The two horses seemed to have understood Yifan's words as they neighed loudly. "You can go. Take care of yourselves." Yifan patted the heads of the two horses and said calmly. The two horses slowly turned around and trotted away, disappearing in no time. Looking at the scene in front of her, Akatsuki's heart was moved. To be able to be so affectionate and loyal to the two horses, the man in front of her had a pure heart that was hard to find in the world. Such a kind person should not have to suffer such hardships. "Let's go. Let's find a place to stay first," Yifan said to Akatsuki, who was in deep thought. As he said this, he walked forward and went up the mountain. Akatsuki agreed and walked side by side with Yifan. "Where are we going to stay tonight?" Akatsuki asked as they walked. At this time, the sky was getting dark. The curtain of night was about to fall. "There is an earthen temple on the top of the mountain. Tonight, we will stay there," Yifan said without raising his head. After Akatsuki heard this, she immediately raised her head and looked into the distance. She saw on the top of a mountain in the distance, an inconspicuous earthen building could be faintly seen. As for whether this building was an earthen temple or not, Akatsuki did not know. Compared to Yifan, her eyesight was like the difference between heaven and earth. The yin qi in this place is heavy. Pay more attention. Yifan lowered his head and hurried forward while calmly reminding Akatsuki. Barren hills and turbulent rivers not only produced unruly people, but also some messy things. Although Yifan had already concealed his spiritual energy, his powerful 5 senses were not reduced. He keenly felt that there was something wrong with this place. Just like he had said to Akatsuki, the yin qi in this place was very heavy. Akatsuki understood tacitly and softly agreed. After experiencing so many storms and waves, she had already become accustomed to this kind of thing. The two of them were relaxed on the outside, but tense on the inside. They no longer spoke and focused on hurrying forward. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the two of them arrived in front of the earthen temple. This was an abandoned earthen temple. It was dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. Broken and incomplete wooden windows, the big red temple door lying horizontally, the crooked golden plaque, and the weathered and faded wooden couplets. All the signs indicated that no one had taken care of this place for a long time. "Let's go in and clean up. We will spend the night here." Looking at the dilapidated earthen temple in front of them, Yifan said to Akatsuki. "Okay." Akatsuki nodded. Chapter 868. After entering the door, the two patted the dust off their bodies and stopped to look at the dilapidated earth temple. The earth temple was not big. It was about 7 feet long and 5 feet wide. It was completely made of mud and looked very simple and crude. In the middle of the temple, a modeled earth god statue sat there with a smile. He had a kind face and white hair, but a youthful face. His right hand was holding a dragon-headed walking stick, and his left hand was holding a golden bowl. Inside the bowl, there were grains and other things. Due to the lack of maintenance, most of the paint on the statue had fallen off, revealing the yellow clay body that was full of dust and cobwebs. Not only the statue, even the roof of the temple was full of holes and holes. It leaked rain in summer and wind in winter. It could be seen that this was an abandoned earth temple. Earth God above, the two of us rushed here and had no place to stay. We passed by the temple and temporarily borrowed the temple to stay for the night. If we have disturbed you, please do not take offense. Yi Fan slowly walked to the front of the earth god statue, bowed to the statue, and said respectfully. Seeing Yi Fan so sincere, Akatsuki could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. What are you laughing at? Yi Fan turned around and asked Akatsuki. I'm laughing at your foolishness, Akatsuki said to Yi Fan with a smile. If this earth god has a spirit, why can't he protect his own statue? A statue is a statue, and an immortal is an immortal. You can't mix the two together, Yi Fan explained to Yu Hongji. As the saying goes, it's not strange for an immortal to be courteous. This is someone else's place. We are staying here, so we should be respectful. After experiencing so many things, Yi Fan was convinced of the existence of gods, demons, and ghosts. It was very simple. No matter if it was gods, immortals, demons, or monsters, he had seen them with his own eyes. As he spoke, he turned around and began to tidy up the cobwebs and weeds on the earth god statue. Akatsuki nodded and came to help Yi Fan. She found a broom in the corner and began to sweep the floor. After tidying up the statues, Yi Fan lifted the temple door and fixed it again. Then, he straightened the crooked plaque. He even found some hay and flew up to the roof to repair all the holes in it. The two of them were nimble as they repaired the dilapidated earth temple. In just a short while, they had cleaned up the dilapidated earth temple. After all this was done, the sky outside had completely darkened. Yi Fan closed the door of the temple and then activated the Fire Snake Dragon Ball to reignite the two candles in front of the statue. Under the dim, flickering candlelight, the two of them sat on the floor of the sacrificial table and began to rest. Akatsuki took out her bag and took out water bags and dry rations, giving them to Yi Fan and Xiao Zhao. Akatsuki had prepared water and pastries in advance because she knew that they had to travel by land this time. Rumble. The two of them and the fox were eating when a loud thunder suddenly sounded outside the temple door. The thunder was so deafening that even the windows of the earth temple began to shake. Kacha! The sound of thunder followed closely behind. Purple lightning passed through the unobstructed windows and lit up the interior of the earth temple. Bang! The two loud noises scared the white fox, Xiao Zhao, who was in the middle of eating, into Yu Hongji's arms. Akatsuki's expression changed, and she looked up at Yi Fan. Yi Fan frowned and squinted his eyes. He remembered very clearly that when they had just finished cleaning the temple, the sky was still filled with stars, and there were no clouds. Why was there suddenly lightning and thunder after a while? Whoosh! Just as Yi Fan was frowning, there was a sudden gust of wind outside, and sand and pebbles were flying. Pala! Pala! The fine sand and pebbles hit the window and made a crackling sound. Walala! On the offering table in front of the earth god statue, the two candles began to flicker. On the wall, the figures of the two people were distorted by the flickering candlelight as they danced crazily. The strange scene in front of her made Akatsuki's hair stand on end as she was greatly alarmed. She instinctively grabbed Yi Fan's hand as her eyes were filled with fear. Akatsuki felt fear towards demons and ghosts from the bottom of her heart. She was an expert in using a knife and not an exorcism expert. Yi Fan patted Akatsuki's hand, indicating for her not to be afraid. Akatsuki nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice, and then sat down opposite Yi Fan to beside Yi Fan. She was after all a woman. Yi Fan slowly stood up and walked to the window. He squinted his eyes and looked outside. He saw a large cloud of black gas, which looked like a mist, floating rapidly towards the Earth Temple from 100 miles away. The black gas was over 100 feet in size, and it was extremely dense. Above the black gas, thunder and lightning intersected and rumbled nonstop. What a strong Yi. Yi Fan was alarmed when he saw the situation. When it rains, it pours. When the ship is late, it encounters a headwind. The reason why he had concealed his spiritual aura was to avoid Ghost Eye's thousand-seeker surveillance. But because of that, he had attracted the attention of the other demons. If it were any other time, these demons would be running for their lives and would not dare to come close to him. Clearly, this fella who was approaching the Earth Temple had treated him as an ordinary person. How troublesome! Yi Fan cursed in his heart. As he thought, he returned to the Earth God statue. Puff! The flickering candlelight was extinguished by Yi Fan. The moment the candlelight was extinguished, the entire room became pitch black, and one could not even see their own fingers. Seeing Yi Fan extinguish the candlelight, Akatsuki was even more afraid. Quick, hide behind the statue. In the darkness, Yi Fan whispered to Akatsuki. What? What happened? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan in horror. I don't have time to explain to you. Quick, hide. Yi Fan urged Akatsuki. Akatsuki swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hugged the shivering little puppy in her arms, hiding behind the Earth God statue. Remember, if I don't call for you, don't come out. Yi Fan's voice came from the darkness. After instructing Akatsuki, Yi Fan returned to the place where he was resting and sat on the ground, minding his own business. Huff! Just as he sat down, a howling gust of wind came from afar and blew directly into the temple. Clang! The two wooden doors of the Earth Temple fell to the ground. It's here. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Whoosh! As Yi Fan was thinking, an old woman with a crooked body and a walking stick floated in from outside the temple. The reason why it was said to be floating was because the old woman's body was 3 inches above the ground, and her feet were not touching the ground. After seeing the old woman's appearance, Yi Fan, who was sitting on the ground, felt his scalp tighten. Even as the king of the Devil Realm, he was truly shocked by this monster in front of him. The old woman had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. She was wrinkled, her skin was sallow, her ears were pointy, her hair was as white as snow, and she was wearing a coarse blue coat. What was even more terrifying was her eyes. Her eyes were cold and full of white. They were 3 times bigger than a normal person. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be scared to death by this monster. Rumble, Kacha! The moment the old woman floated into the house, the lightning stopped above the Earth Temple. Panging does not disperse. Hiss! Hiss! After entering the house, the old woman used her collapsed and twisted nose to smell around. With a sniff, the old woman laughed, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Hee hee hee. I didn't expect there to be a living person here. Her voice was thin and sharp, making one's hair stand on end. As the old woman spoke, she slowly turned her head towards Yi Fan. Her pair of white eyes revealed an ominous glint. At the same time, her small feet landed on the ground. Why? Is it inconvenient for this old woman's eyes? As Yi Fan spoke, he picked up a piece of pastry from his bag and placed it in his mouth. Luckily, Akatsuki and Xiao Zhao had already hidden themselves. If they were to see this, they would definitely faint from fright. Mister is so brave. Seeing this old woman, you're actually not afraid. The old woman laughed strangely. As she laughed, she leaned on her walking stick and slowly walked towards Yi Fan. Tap, tap, tap. In this pitch-black darkness, the sound of the old woman's walking stick hitting the ground was very clear. Behind the Earth God statue, Akatsuki, who was hugging the little dog, covered her mouth tightly with her hand, afraid that she would make a sound. Her face was pale, and her heart was beating wildly. Although she did not see the old woman's terrifying appearance, just hearing her voice was enough to make her tremble in fear. Come, old woman, please sit. Let this junior read your fortune and see how scary you are. Yi Fan said with a smile as he looked at the terrifying demonic creature that was constantly approaching. That's good. The old woman laughed. I didn't expect you to be a fortune teller. As the old woman with the walking stick spoke, she arrived in front of Yi Fan. A putrid stench suddenly rushed towards him, causing him to faintly feel nauseous. Mister, please take a look. The old woman moved her face closer to Yi Fan and laughed strangely. Buzz, just as the old woman finished speaking, a layer of green light suddenly lit up on her face. At the same time, the old woman opened her mouth, revealing a scarlet tongue and a mouth full of fine, sharp teeth. In the green light, the old woman opened her bloody mouth and stared with her huge white eyes. Her thin and long blood-red tongue trembled. She was even more terrifying than the evil spirits of hell. Old woman's appearance is really strange. Yi Fan pretended to be surprised. I've seen so many fortunes, but this is the first time I've seen such a strange one. Is that so? The old woman laughed and asked Yi Fan, how strange. Your appearance is the sign of longevity. If I'm not wrong, you're at least a few hundred years old, right? Yi Fan asked the old woman. You're right. The old woman laughed. Even I don't know how long I've lived. What are you doing in the middle of the night in such a desolate place? Yi Fan changed the topic and asked the demon. I'm hungry. The old woman looked at Yi Fan with her white eyes and laughed strangely. Hungry? Yi Fan asked. In that case, I have water and pastries here. Would you like to eat? I'm not a vegetarian. I only eat meat. The old woman moved her face closer to Yi Fan and said with shining eyes. A few drops of stinky saliva flowed out from her bloody mouth and dripped to the ground. Why? Old woman, don't tell me you want to eat me. Yi Fan asked with a smile. What do you think? The old woman licked her lips with her scarlet tongue and laughed. Don't you know how to read fortunes? Why don't you read your own fortune and see how long you have left? Old woman, you have such a good appetite. Yi Fan smiled and said, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to digest it? Don't worry, this old woman has a good appetite. Chapter 869. The old lady was extremely fast, bringing along a gust of cold wind as she pounced towards Yi Fan. Her fingers were like hooks, her fangs were exposed, and her long red tongue was trembling madly. *CK your mother. Seeing that the old lady refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, Yi Fan lost his patience. This old lady is seeking her own death. She can't blame anyone else. With a flick of his white robes, he lifted his leg and gave the old lady a vicious kick. Swoosh! Yi Fan's kick was extremely fast, like a shadow. Bam! Yi Fan's kick was extremely accurate, landing squarely on the old lady's terrifying and malevolent face. Ouch! The old woman let out a painful howl, and her crooked body was immediately sent flying. Bam! The old lady slammed heavily into the wall opposite Yi Fan and fell to the ground. Clang! The dragon head walking stick in her hand also fell to the side. Shameless old lady. Yi Fan scolded the old lady softly as he rubbed the soles of his shoes on the ground. This old lady's mouth reeked of rot, and her saliva was so foul that Yi Fan felt that she had dirted his shoes. What a pity for the pair of golden boots on my feet. Yi Fan thought to himself. Ouch! Ouch! The old lady who had fallen to the ground groaned as she slowly climbed up from the ground. Who would have thought that such a refined-looking fortune-teller like you would have such strength? Ouch! The old lady picked up the walking stick that had fallen to the ground and gasped for breath. She did not expect that not only was this young man not afraid of her, he was even born with such strength. This was something that she had never encountered in her hundreds of years of life. Hurry up and scram before I lose my temper, Yi Fan said as he picked up the water skin beside him and took a sip. Right now, he needed to hide his identity and could not display too much of his abilities. More importantly, he could not use his spiritual energy easily. Otherwise, Ghost Eye Chin Seeker might find out. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to make this old monster retreat in the face of difficulties and scram as soon as possible. This old woman has lived for so many years, but this is the first time someone has dared to speak to me like this. As the old woman spoke, she slowly raised her head and looked at Yi Fan. As soon as she raised her head, Yi Fan, who was sitting opposite her, frowned in disgust and felt slightly nauseous. At this moment, the old woman's left eye had already burst out, hanging above her cheekbone. Her originally collapsed nose was slanted to one side, flattened. Her pointed chin drooped down in an exaggerated manner, constantly shaking. The corners of her mouth were completely torn, all the way to her ears. Yi Fan's kick was so powerful that it had completely deformed the old woman's facial features. Originally, this monster's appearance was already very frightening. Under Yi Fan's kick, this old woman became even more unrecognizable. At this moment, Yi Fan was filled with regret. If only that kick hadn't landed on his face. Yi Fan thought to himself as his stomach churned. What's wrong? Do I not look good now? The terrifying old woman cackled strangely as she reached out and stuffed the huge eyeball hanging from her cheekbone into her dark eye socket. She leaned on her walking stick and slowly walked toward Yi Fan again. Your current appearance is no longer the appearance of a long-lived person, Yi Fan said to the old woman with a frown. If you take another step forward, I will lose my patience. Ioyo, TSK, TSK, TSK. The old woman laughed in a thin and sharp voice. Young man, don't think that you can make me retreat just because you have some brute strength. Let me tell you, you young man, I will definitely eat you up today. As the old woman spoke, her body began to slowly float off the ground. Whoosh as the old woman's feet left the ground. Countless black gas whizzed out of her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The black chi was as thick as ink. It danced around the old woman's body and coiled around her. At this moment, the old woman's body was floating in the air. Her blue robe was fluttering, her body was surrounded by black gas, and her face was glowing green. Boom! Kacha! In the sky above the temple, thunder roared and purple lightning flashed. You were chased by the heavenly lightning to this place. Not only did you not reflect on your mistakes and repent, but you are also stubborn and bloodthirsty. It seems that I will have to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens today. Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged, looked up at the old woman floating in the air and said calmly. Yi Fan was well aware of the reason why this monster had come to this place. The reason this old woman came here was to use the land of the gods to avoid the heavenly lightning. Although the local god's position was low, he was still a god appointed by the Emperor of Heaven. The temple he lived in was naturally sacred and inviolable. This temple had been abandoned for a long time. No one worshipped it, and it was the land of the gods. For a monster, it was the best place to avoid the heavenly lightning. This was also the reason why there were so many strange things happening in the abandoned temple. I didn't expect a fortune teller like you to know so much. You can actually tell that I am avoiding the heavenly lightning. In the air, the old woman, who was surrounded by black gas and glowing green, squinted her eyes and said, Yi Fan was right. The reason she came here was to avoid the heavenly lightning. If she hadn't hidden in this abandoned earth temple in time, the heavenly lightning outside would have bombarded her to the point where not even her bones would be left, and her soul would have been destroyed. Logically speaking, if she risked her life to avoid the lightning tribulation, she should be kind, repent, and beg the heavens to forgive her. But as the saying goes, it is easy to change mountains and rivers, but difficult to change one's nature. When she saw that there were living people in the temple, the monster's greedy and bloodthirsty nature appeared again. Not only could she avoid the heavenly lightning, she could also devour living people to increase her cultivation. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. But unfortunately, this monster thought too simply of Yi Fan. The person she wanted to eat was not an ordinary person, but the reincarnation of Eldritch, the king of the devil realm. If she knew that the fortune teller in front of her was the king of the devil realm who survived the heavenly lightning tribulation during the devil slaying conference, she probably would not have the guts to eat Yi Fan even if he patted his stomach and asked her to eat him. As the saying goes, when one meets by chance, one will reap what they sow. This old monster who tormented living beings and had a handful of murderous sins thought that she could be safe after avoiding the heavenly lightning. But she did not know that karma was a cycle. How could a monster who was determined to be killed by Eldritch live? If I were you, I would leave this place right now and let the heavenly lightning give me a quick death. Otherwise, I'll die even more miserably. Yi Fan calmly looked at the old woman who was brimming with energy and slowly spoke. As he spoke, he gently picked up a piece of pastry and put it into his mouth. Ha ha! Yi Fan's words made the old woman, who was floating in the air, laugh out loud. Fortune teller, you sure talk big. The old woman laughed with a shrill, thin, and terrifying voice. Today, this old woman wants to see how much weight you have, kid. Who? As the old woman spoke, the energy around her body suddenly exploded. You brought this upon yourself. Yi Fan said slowly, Today I will help the local god get rid of you, this scourge. As Yi Fan said that, his 5 fingers curled into a claw and sucked towards a candle in front of the local god statue. Shwa! The large red candle was instantly sucked into Yi Fan's hand. Although this red candle was a flickering candle, it was still half a foot long. Adding the half a foot pure copper candlestick, it added up to a total of 1 foot long. After getting the candlestick, Yi Fan stretched out his left hand and lightly flicked the wick of the red candle. Tung! The red candle in Yi Fan's hand was instantly lit up. Most of the things that were enshrined in front of the god statue had the effect of driving away evil spirits. This red candle was one of them. Even the wedding candles had the effect of driving away evil spirits, not to mention the incense in front of the god statue. Yi Fan had heard the little Taoist boy Mingyu mention this before, so he thought of using this item to deal with the demon in front of him. Since he could not use his spiritual power, he could only do this for now. You think that a mere incense in front of the god statue can deal with me? Seeing Yi Fan light the incense, the old woman sneered. To deal with a demon like you, a flickering candle is enough. Yi Fan said with a smile as he held the candlestick in his hand that was emitting a weak light. Arrogant words, shameless boasting. The old woman, who was surrounded by energy, said. Her body instantly rushed forward and whistled towards Yi Fan. A cold wind blew, and black energy filled the air. The whole temple was filled with a fierce wind, whistling. The demon was extremely fast and rushed in front of Yi Fan in an instant, less than 3 feet away from Yi Fan. Good timing. Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged, narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent appeared. He quickly put the flickering red candle to his mouth, then took a deep breath, and suddenly blew at the weak flame on the candle. Yi Fan's breath was not an ordinary breath. This was the heat energy that he extracted from the fire snake's dragon pearl in his body with his telekinesis. Whoosh! The chi of the dragon pearl was ignited by the candle and instantly exploded. A huge flame shot out from the candle and whistled towards the old woman. The flame was 3 feet thick, and the heat was terrifying. Its momentum was fierce, and the light was so strong that the whole temple was instantly illuminated by the fire. The fire in front of the deity, the dragon pearl's chi of the fire snake, and Yi Fan's strong blowing, the power of the flame was imaginable. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the terrifying old woman was engulfed by the explosive flames that came at her at high speed. Tung! The old woman's bent body was directly pushed back by Yi Fan's domineering flame. Ah! In the blazing flame, the old woman let out a horrifying wail. At this time, her body was surrounded by flames, and the flame was burning fiercely. Bang! 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 The old woman's body was like popping beans and like dry wood, crackling. Ah! Ah! She twisted her body crazily and screamed continuously. Yifan gently blew out the candle in his hand and quietly looked at the demon who was crazily rolling in the flame. There was no pity in his eyes. The old woman, who was surrounded by flames, was flailing around wildly and bumping around. She accidentally rushed out of the temple like a headless fly and came to the front of the temple. Kacha! The moment she rushed out of the temple, a dazzling purple lightning fell from the sky and struck the old woman directly. Bang! As soon as the heavenly lightning struck her body, the old woman's body instantly exploded. Sparks flew in all directions and fell down. After the lightning, everything returned to its previous calm. The old woman, who was arrogant just a moment ago, had her soul scattered and her body and soul were destroyed. Lightning, fire. She did not escape from the two major disasters. Crash. A charred object fell in front of the temple. Yifan walked out of the temple slowly and bent down to pick up the object. Chapter 870. Shah. After the heavenly thunder, it began to drizzle in the night sky, making rustling sounds. Fian, Shawa, come out. It's all right now. Yifan yelled as he picked up the two temple doors on the ground. Seeing Yifan calling her, Akatsuki, who was hugging the little flower dog, immediately poked her head out from behind the statue and looked at Yifan. At this moment, her face was pale and her eyes were filled with fear. Just now, there was a strong wind in the temple and a raging fire. Then, there was the rolling thunder outside. The loud sound of thunder really scared her. It's all right now. Come out quickly. Seeing Akatsuki peeking outside, Yifan, who was installing the temple doors, smiled and said. Akatsuki then walked out from behind the statue with Xiao Zhao in her arms. Then, where's that old woman? Akatsuki, who was still in shock, came to Yifan's side. She looked around vigilantly and stuttered as she asked Yifan. First, I burned her with fire. Then, she was struck by heavenly thunder. Yifan was busy with his hands as he answered Akatsuki. Could it be that the thunder just now was? Akatsuki asked in shock. That's right, Yifan replied. That monster originally wanted to hide from the heavenly thunder here. In the end, it was greedy and ended up being burned by fire and struck by lightning. Then what kind of monster was that? Akatsuki asked Yifan again. Guess. After installing the temple doors, Yifan patted the dust off his hands as he turned to look at Akatsuki and asked with a smile. Don't tell me it's some kind of wolf, tiger, or leopard. Akatsuki asked with a frown. This place is yellow soil everywhere. It's barren and dry. How could there be wolves, tigers, and leopards? Guess again. Yifan smiled as he walked in front of the statue of the earth god and lit the two candles again. As soon as the candlelight was lit, the temple became bright again. If it's not snakes, scorpions, tigers, or leopards, then are they snakes, insects, rats, and ants? Akatsuki asked. It's not snakes, insects, rats, or ants either. Guess again. Yifan came to a corner of the temple and sat against the wall. I can't guess. Akatsuki sat down next to Yifan and shook her head. Let me remind you, this monster is not a living creature. Yifan smiled as he picked up a piece of pastry and threw it into his mouth to chew. Not a living thing? Akatsuki frowned. Could it be a ghost or a zombie? This Yao is not a ghost or zombie. Yifan smiled at Akatsuki. But it is related to corpses. Not zombies, but related to corpses. Akatsuki asked with confusion. What could it be? A coffin. Yifan looked at Akatsuki and said, A coffin? When Yuhongji heard this, she was shocked. You're saying that the old woman is a coffin. That's right. Yifan leaned back against the adobe wall behind him and said, That old woman is a coffin. A coffin can also become a spirit? Akatsuki was surprised by Yifan's words. She had heard of animals becoming spirits, but she had never heard of a coffin becoming a spirit. There are all kinds of strange things in this world, Yifan calmly replied. In the investiture of the gods, even the pipa and broom could become spirits let alone a coffin. The charred and blackened object that had fallen in front of the temple was none other than the remaining coffin lid. There was also a word engraved on it, memorial. After Akatsuki heard this, she was so shocked that she could not speak for a long time. The coffin obtained the blood energy, corpse energy, and resentment of the dead, and was coincidentally buried in the land of extreme evil. There will definitely be problems. Sigh. Yifan let out a long sigh. I wonder how many innocent people have died tragically at the hands of that old woman. Why do we have to run into everything? Yu Hongji muttered to herself. I said before, I am an inauspicious person. Whoever follows me will be unlucky. Yifan sighed. Even spirits are no exception. After he finished speaking, Yifan picked up the water bag and opened the stopper. He placed it next to his mouth and gulped it down. Akatsuki pursed her lips and remained silent. It's getting late. Let's sleep. Yifan put down the water bag and said to Akatsuki. Uh-huh. Akatsuki responded. The two of them carried some hay and spread it on the ground, then each laid down on it. Akatsuki hugged Xiao Zhao and slept beside the statue of the earth god. Yifan directly laid down at the entrance of the temple to protect their safety. The two of them did not speak for the entire night. In the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the next day. When Akatsuki opened her eyes, it was already late in the morning. Last night, she was so frightened that she could not sleep peacefully until very late. You're awake? Outside the temple, the black-robed Yifan smiled and said to Akatsuki. At this time, he was sitting on a withered tree stump, constantly fiddling with the fire in front of him. The fire was crackling and crackling. It had already turned into charcoal. You're awake so early? Akatsuki rubbed her eyes and walked out of the temple. At this time, outside the temple, the air was fresh and moist, mixed with the fragrance of the earth, making people feel very comfortable. Seeing that you were sleeping so soundly, I didn't dare to wake you up. Yifan said with a smile while fiddling with the fire. Why are you starting a fire so early in the morning? Akatsuki stretched and asked Yifan. To get you some game to try. Yifan said with a smile. Game? Akatsuki was pleasantly surprised and asked Yifan. I just walked around to see if there were any swamps nearby. Yifan said, while I was at it, I caught 2 pheasants in the bushes a few miles away. It's just right for our breakfast. Did you find any swamps? Akatsuki asked. Yifan shook his head. This place was crisscrossed with ravines, and even vegetation was extremely scarce. There was no swamps at all. If not for Gui Linglong's words, he would not have believed that there would be swamps in this place. The southwest border is so big, it must be difficult to find swamps. Akatsuki comforted Yifan. Let's go slowly. We will definitely find them. Yifan nodded. Where are the pheasants? Akatsuki asked Yifan. Why didn't I see them? Under the fire. Yifan replied with a smile. There is so much yellow soil here, so I mixed it with yellow mud and made beggar's chicken. That's great. Akatsuki was pleasantly surprised when she heard Yifan's words. I haven't eaten your food in a long time. Go wake Xiao up. This beggar's chicken will be ready soon. Yifan said to Akatsuki. Okay, I'll go now. Akatsuki turned around and walked into the temple to wake up Xiao Zhao, who was still sleeping soundly. Yifan used a branch to push aside the charcoal on the fire, then picked out the 2 balls of mud buried under it. He patted the air with his palm, and the yellow mud wrapped around the pheasant immediately fell off, revealing the fat and tender chicken meat. Wow, it smells so good. Akatsuki walked out of the temple with the sleepy Xiao Zhao in her arms. As soon as she smelled the fragrance of the pheasant, the sleepy Xiao Zhao immediately became alert. She jumped down from Akatsuki's arms and trotted to Yifan's side. Looking at the fragrant pheasant, Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up and she drooled. Following Yifan, there was always good food to eat. Gluttonous fella. Yifan chuckled as he tore off a drumstick and passed it to Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao, who was in her puppy form, grabbed the drumstick and wolfed it down. This is for you. Be careful, it's hot. Yifan tore off another drumstick and passed it to Akatsuki. Akatsuki received the drumstick and lifted her veil, gently. She opened her mouth gently and started eating. Even though she had changed her attire, her appearance remained the same. In order to prevent ghost eyes and seeker from discovering them, she had to wear her veil at all times. "Where are we going later?" Akatsuki asked Yifan as she ate the drumstick. "We'll continue heading in the southwest direction and find a town to settle down. We'll scout around carefully." Yifan tore off a chicken wing and said, after a round of eating, the two of them and the fox stepped onto the mountain path once more. This time around, the two of them executed their movement skills. Of course, they did not fly through the air. Instead, they executed a technique called land flight, tapping their toes on the ground and leaping. For people of the pugilistic world, such a movement skill was nothing special. Their actions would not raise any suspicions at all. The two of them did not stop and leap without stopping. Before long, they had traveled close to 100 miles. There's a small town not too far ahead. Let's go there to settle down, Yifan said to Akatsuki beside him. With his eyesight, he quickly discovered where the crowd was gathered. All right, Akatsuki nodded. After the time it took for half an incense to burn, the two of them arrived at the main street of the small town. It was already morning, and the streets were bustling with activity. When she caught sight of the scene before her, Akatsuki was stunned. This was truly a place where bandits roamed freely. Be it men or women, old or young, everyone was carrying a blade. Even a 7- or 8-year-old child had a half-foot-long dagger strapped to his waist. On both sides of the main street, weapon shops could be seen one after another, and they were everywhere. Rows upon rows of weapon racks were hung with all kinds of weapons. The blades were flashing, and the shadows of the swords were eerie. All kinds of clanking sounds of hammering could be heard incessantly. In all the shops, there were several shirtless, burly men standing there. Some of them were hammering the weapons in front of the iron furnace. Some were sharpening the weapons, and some were arranging the newly forged weapons neatly. It could be said that each of them was performing their duties in an orderly manner. Seeing this scene, Yifan smiled. Everything here made him, who was from a family of weaponsmiths, feel very familiar. Being in this place made him feel as if he had returned to his youth. This is really a good place, Yifan said with a smile. Everyone here carries a blade. The people here must be tough, and the security is extremely poor. How can it be a good place? Akatsuki looked at the forest of blades and arrows around her and frowned. You're wrong. Yifan looked around and said with a smile, just because everyone carries a blade doesn't mean that they're valiant. You're even carrying a phoenix wing blade. Could it be that you're also a valiant person? Akatsuki was rendered speechless by Yifan. Because everyone here carries a blade, the security here must be very good. Do you understand? Yifan turned his head and asked Akatsuki. Akatsuki nodded and seemed to understand. Everyone had a weapon. Naturally, they were wary of each other and didn't dare to cause trouble. In this way, the security was excellent. Let's go and take a look, Yifan said and stepped forward. Chapter 871. Seeing that Yifan was interested, Akatsuki smiled and walked side by side with him. Yifan liked weapons, but so did she. Akatsuki had always been interested in the weapon culture of the Central Plains. This was a rare opportunity for her to come across a weapon town, so of course she would not miss it. The two of them strolled around the streets with great interest. In this town, other than the restaurants and brothels, there were weapon shops everywhere. It was simply a man's paradise. Japanese, Mongols, Persians, Europeans, and Tibetans. On the main street, all kinds of non-humankind beings had gathered here, walking in and out of all kinds of weapon stores. Most of them were weapon dealers, bringing their country's special weapons here to sell at a high price. Then, they would bring some Central Plains weapons back to their country to make a huge profit. Other than these foreign people, there were also tourists who came because of its reputation. From the highest officials to the nobles, from the nobles to the bandits, from the bandits to the bandits, all of them were present at the same time. It could be said that there were all kinds of people here. They only came here for one thing. He wanted to get himself a handy weapon. Officials bought weapons for two reasons. One was to look at them, and the other was to protect themselves. Most of them were children of officials and liked to hide their identities and go out to play. And if they brought their official sabers around, it would be easy to expose their identities. So they came here to look for weapons that they liked. They could hide their identities and not lose their noble status. Bandit families only bought weapons for one purpose: to kill people. When they chose weapons, they were never picky like officials. They wanted things inlaid with gold, inlaid with jade, or carved with dragons and phoenixes. In their eyes, these things were simply superfluous. Weapons were weapons, as long as they could kill people. What was the use of having so many fancy things? Bandit families only had two requirements for a weapon. One was to be handy, and the second was to be sharp. A weapon that could satisfy these two requirements was a good weapon. So as long as they heard the customer's request for a weapon, the owner of the weapon shop would be able to deduce the customer's background, whether they were an official or a bandit. Of course, they did not care about the customer's identity. As long as the customer could afford it, they could provide any weapon, even official sabers. Whether the customer was an official or a bandit, black or white, it had nothing to do with them. They only sold weapons and did not care about anything else. To them, inquiring about a guest's identity was a great taboo. It could even cost them their lives. Because the more one knew, the faster one would die. It was because of this unwritten rule that the weapons here were famous and sold well overseas. Yi-Fan and Akatsuki walked and stopped, strolling around the various weapon stores. The weapons here were not only of high quality, but also varied in variety. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, longbows, crossbows, darts, concealed weapons. It could be said that they had everything. Not only that, but there were also many foreign weapons here. Sharp arrowheads with black gunpowder, poison needles, and concealed weapons, Persian scimitars, Mongolian long swords, Japanese battle swords, European knight swords. All kinds of weapons that could be named were here. I never thought that there would be such a place in the Great Ming Dynasty. Looking at the dazzling array of weapons, Akatsuki said in surprise. It was the first time that she had seen such a scale of excellent weapons. Where there are people, there will be Jianghu. Where there are Jianghu, there will be fighting. Where there is fighting, there will naturally be weapons. Yi-Fan slowly walked as he said to Akatsuki, "This is the Southwest. Bandits are rampant here. It is normal for a place like this to appear." Akatsuki nodded. There were many beauties in Jiangnan, so there were many brothels. There were many bandits here, so naturally there were many weapons. The two were the same. Let's go pick a few weapons and ask the locals about the swamps. Yi-Fan looked around the weapon stores and said, You want to buy weapons?" Akatsuki asked Yi-Fan. Yi-Fan's words made her feel a little surprised. "That's right." Yi-Fan turned his head to look at Akatsuki and said with a smile, "Could it be that you lack weapons?" Akatsuki asked Yi-Fan. Frost Dragon, Parting Fire, Blood Drinker, Waning Moon. The four divine weapons that could slay immortals and gods were all in Yi-Fan's hands. How could he lack weapons? To him, there were a few things that he would never lack: money, women, cultivation, weapons. It's true that I don't lack weapons. However, don't forget that I need to hide my identity right now. I can't use those few divine weapons easily. Therefore, I can only buy a few at the last minute to make myself look presentable," Yi-Fan said. Since he wanted to hide his identity, he would do it until the end. He could not reveal any flaws. The moment he used the divine weapons, that Ghost Eyes Thousand Seeker might find out. Yi-Fan could use a camouflage to change the appearance of those divine weapons, but he could not change their domineering power. It was because of this that Yi-Fan wanted to buy weapons here. "Do you think you can still use weapons now?" Akatsuki asked Yi-Fan. With Yi-Fan's current cultivation, even a top-notch expert would not be able to get close to him, let alone force him to use a weapon. "I can't use my spiritual energy now." Yi-Fan turned around and said, "Since I can't use my spiritual energy, I can only use weapons to make up for it." "That's true." Akatsuki nodded. As the two of them talked, they stopped in front of a weapon shop that had an ancient style. The name of this weapon shop was very special. It was called Head Nodding Ground. This name had a deep meaning and could be said to be appropriate. Head Nodding Ground could only be used in two situations. One was to kowtow, and the other was to cut off one's head. Kowtowing meant that the other party was begging for mercy. Cutting off one's head meant that the other party was killed. For a weapon shop, this name could not be more suitable. Head Nodding Ground? Interesting. Let's go in and take a look. Yifan smiled as he walked towards the weapon shop. Akatsuki was also amused by the name and followed Yifan in. The two of you, would you like to choose a weapon? As soon as the two of them entered the shopkeeper dressed in luxurious clothes greeted them politely. The two of them were dressed like martial artists, so the shopkeeper did not dare to neglect them. Do you have any better weapons in your shop? Yifan asked as he looked around at the various weapons hanging on the wall of the shop. The weapons sold in our shop are all of excellent workmanship and high quality. The price is also fair, the shopkeeper said to the two of them. What kind of weapon do the two of you want? I don't know what kind of weapon I want, Yifan said. He usually used magical weapons. Now that he was asked to use an ordinary weapon, of course he did not know what to choose. The shopkeeper was stunned. He had seen all kinds of customers, but he had never seen a customer who did not know his preferences. This is difficult for me. The shopkeeper smiled awkwardly. In his opinion, the young man in front of him should be a young master who came out to play. It was very likely that he had never used a weapon before. Otherwise, how could he not know what kind of weapon he liked to use? Why don't you recommend something to me? Yifan looked at the shopkeeper and said with a smile. The shopkeeper was stunned at first, then he smiled. Good, good. He politely extended his hand. The two of you have a seat. I will recommend a few good weapons for the two of you. It seemed that he would make a lot of money today. The shopkeeper was secretly happy. Yifan nodded and slowly walked in with Akatsuki. They sat down at a tea table in the shop. Serve tea for the two of you. The shopkeeper shouted to the staff inside and sat down opposite the two of them with a smile. The staff brought the tea tray and placed it on the tea table. The shopkeeper waved to the staff, and the staff immediately bowed and left. I see that the young hero's body is slender, and his body is vigorous. If you carry a sword, it would be very suitable. The shopkeeper poured tea for the two of them and said with a smile. He began to recommend a weapon for Yifan. Oh, is that so? Yifan picked up the fragrant tea and placed it by his mouth as he gently blew on it. Our shop has just forged a new sword. The sword is 3 feet and 3 inches long. It has a beautiful design and is extremely sharp. It is worth 1,000 taels of silver. I wonder if the young hero is interested? The shopkeeper said to Yifan. He purposely mentioned a price so that the other party would have an idea. This way, if the other party felt that the price was too high, he could recommend another weapon. I could take a look. Yifan took a sip of the fragrant tea and said to the shopkeeper, Good. When he heard Yifan say, I can take a look, the shopkeeper's face immediately lit up. Bring the Junkei sword for the young hero to take a look, the shopkeeper shouted to the staff. Not long after, a strong man walked over with a long and narrow wooden box. He handed the wooden box to Yifan with both hands, and Yifan took it with one hand. The wooden box was made of Phoebe Janan wood. It was extremely luxurious and heavy. Yifan didn't care about this at all. He directly placed the wooden box on the tea table and reached out to open it. Inside the wooden box, there was a golden sword in front of him. The sword's appearance was extremely beautiful. It was embedded with 7 colored gems and carved with flowing clouds and flames. Yifan reached out to take the sword out of the wooden box and held it in his hand. Clang! He held the hilt with one hand and pulled the sword out of the scabbard. The sword's spine was straight and the blade was sharp. It was snow white and emitted a cold light. Junkei! Yifan held the sword in front of him and said softly as he extended his sword finger and lightly stroked the blade. How is it, young hero? Is this sword to your liking? The shopkeeper asked Yifan with a smile. It is indeed a good sword, Yifan said as he stroked the blade. But unfortunately, this sword is tough but boneless. It can barely be called a refined weapon. Whoosh! As Yifan spoke, he put the sword back into the scabbard and put it back into the sword box. Obviously, he didn't like this sword. When Yi Fan said this, the shopkeeper sitting across from him was shocked. The young man in front of him only took a few glances and accurately pointed out the flaws of this sword. This person is an expert. Moreover, he was a first-rate expert. The shopkeeper was shocked. Chapter 872. This. Hearing Yi Fan's question, the shopkeeper immediately frowned. This Junkei sword was already the best treasured sword in the shop. If you don't have anything else, then we will take our leave. Yi Fan put down his teacup and turned around to face Akatsuki. Fian, let's go take a look at the other shops. As he spoke, he slowly stood up. Young hero, please wait. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to leave, the shopkeeper immediately stood up and said, What? Shopkeeper, do you still have something good? Yi Fan asked the shopkeeper in return. Our shop has a high-grade treasured sword that is forged from black iron. Its light is as cold as snow, and if you touch it, it will break. Young hero, would you be interested? The shopkeeper cupped his hands towards Yi Fan and asked solemnly, Oh, black iron treasured sword? Yi Fan asked. Yes. The shopkeeper replied. This sword weighs 33 kilograms. Would you be used to it? He was implicitly asking Yi Fan if he had the strength to use this sword. A 33-kilogram sword was not something an ordinary person could wield. However, once the sword was used, its power would not be ordinary. As the saying goes, a sword is light, while a sword is heavy. The sword's purpose was to chop. If it was too light, it would not be able to display its full power. As long as it is a good sword, it doesn't matter if it is heavy or not. Yi Fan replied, Since that is the case, I will order someone to bring this sword for young hero to see. Young hero, please sit. The shopkeeper extended his hand and invited Yi Fan to sit. Okay. Yi Fan smiled and returned to his seat. Bring that ball-bearing sword to young hero. The shopkeeper shouted to the workers inside. The two clerks standing behind the counter looked at each other with a shocked expression on their faces. They did not expect the shopkeeper to recommend this sword to a customer. This sword was good in every way, but it was too heavy. Many customers shook their heads after testing the sword's weight. However, although they were shocked, the two workers still followed the shopkeeper's instructions and brought out the sword. That's right, they brought it out. Bang! A huge box that was 4 feet long and half a foot wide was placed next to Yi Fan. The entire box was black in color and was completely made of stainless steel. At the top of the box, there was a shiny copper ring. It seemed that the saber inside was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not have been sealed in such a thick and heavy saber case. Yi Fan thought as he looked at the fine steel scabbard beside him. The shopkeeper gently waved his hand, and the two assistants immediately retreated. Young hero, please take a look. This is the rolling jewel knife. It's worth 8,000 taels of silver. The shopkeeper said to Yi Fan. The price of this saber was 8 times the price of the Junkei sword. It was obvious how powerful it was. Yi Fan glanced at the shopkeeper, then grabbed the copper ring with one hand and gently lifted it. Clang! Following Yi Fan's gentle lift, a shining saber slowly rose from the scabbard. The saber was 4 feet long and had a smooth arc. It shone with a cold light and a dense cold air. It was so bright that it pierced into people's eyes. The treasured saber was simple and elegant. It was obvious that it was a good saber. Yi Fan extended his finger and lightly flicked the saber's body. But the sound of the treasured saber was deep and resounding. It was like the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon. It is indeed a treasured saber made of black iron. After hearing the reply, Yi Fan said, If I'm not wrong, a lot of pine carbon must have been used in the process of forging this saber. Furthermore, an extremely rare meteorite was added into the black iron. That's why it has such a strong and soft quality. The moment Yi Fan said that, the shopkeeper turned pale with fright. This person's ability to appraise weapons was simply breathtaking. With just a light flick, he was able to deduce so many details. I did not expect young hero to be an expert in appraising weapons at such a young age. Sorry for the disrespect. The shopkeeper cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Yifan. Shopkeeper, you're being too courteous. I'm just learning on the spot and making up some nonsense, Yifan replied with a smile. Young hero, you are too modest. The shopkeeper said sincerely. Young hero's high attainment in weapons has opened my eyes. I admire you. Yifan smiled and did not reply. He reached out and took the treasured saber out of the scabbard. He held it in front of him and looked at it carefully. Clang! When the treasured saber was held upright, a crisp sound came from the saber. Seeing this, Yifan frowned. This saber was hollow, and there was a moving bead inside. In an instant, Yifan understood the mystery. No wonder the saber was called a ball-rolling saber. There was really a bead rolling around inside. What a good ball-rolling saber, Yifan said. When the tip of this saber is facing up, the bead will automatically fall back to the hilt. It saves energy and stabilizes the center of gravity. When facing an enemy, the bead will automatically roll back to the tip of the saber, greatly increasing the strength of the slash. It can be said that it can be retracted and released at will. It is really a good saber. The shopkeeper sitting across from Yifan nodded repeatedly and sighed with emotion. In front of this person, he, a weapon expert with decades of appraisal experience, was not even worth mentioning. As the saying goes, there's always someone stronger. There's always a mountain taller than the mountain. Today, he had met an expert. The shopkeeper thought in his heart. Akatsuki looked at Yifan with a smile and a look of admiration. She was infatuated with the way Yifan appraised weapons. How is it, young hero? Are you satisfied with this saber? The shopkeeper asked Yifan. If you are interested, I can sell this saber to you at the cost of 5,000 taels. Take it as making friends with you. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I'm not interested in this saber, Yifan said to the shopkeeper apologetically. Mr. is not interested in this saber? The shopkeeper asked doubtfully. If it is a problem with the price, I can lower it a little. From the strength of this young man, when he picked up the ball-rolling saber, he was astonishingly strong. The ball-rolling saber, which weighed more than 15 kilograms, was as light as a feather in his hand. With such strength, this ball-rolling saber was the most suitable weapon for him to carry around. This saber is indeed a rare good saber. The price is not a problem. However, there are beads in this saber that will often make noise. It is not very convenient for me, Yifan said as he put the ball-rolling saber back into the saber case. When facing an enemy, movement was the most important thing. It was about coming without a shadow and leaving without a trace. With such a clanking weapon by his side, it was useless no matter how fast his movement was. Hearing Yifan's words, the shopkeeper immediately understood the other party's meaning. It seems that this young man in front of him is also a master of high and mighty movements. It seems that this saber is also not to Mister's discerning eyes, the shopkeeper said to Yifan with a smile. He smiled as he waved his hand to the shop assistant in the distance. The shop assistant understood and walked over to carry the saber case back into the storeroom. I am sorry to have made shopkeeper accompany us for half a day, Yifan said with a smile. Ah, the shopkeeper waved his hand and smiled. Even if the deal is not done, benevolence still exists. Today, I am deeply honored to be able to see Mister's superb weapon skills with my own eyes. I have benefited greatly, but it is a pity that I was unable to let Mister find a suitable weapon. I wonder if shopkeeper has any good concealed weapons? Akatsuki, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked the shopkeeper, Concealed weapons? Of course there is. The shopkeeper looked at Akatsuki and asked, Why? Is the heroine interested in concealed weapons? Not me, it's him, Akatsuki said as she looked at Yifan and asked with a smile, Darling Duan, since you're not interested in sabers and swords, why not look at concealed weapons? Yifan was first stunned when he heard this. Then he suddenly understood. That's right, why not try concealed weapons? Yifan thought to himself. Concealed weapons could be carried around without attracting attention. They could also be used at any time to attack from a distance. To a certain extent, They could completely replace spirit energy. How could he forget this point? My wife is right. Look at my memory. How could I forget this point? Yi Fan said as he slapped his forehead. Both of you, if you're talking about concealed weapons, this shop has everything. The shopkeeper smiled and said to the two of them, if you are unable to choose from this shop, then there is no need for you to look around the other places in Sabertown. If that is the case, then I will have to trouble you to recommend a few to me. Yi Fan said to the shopkeeper. All right, please wait for a moment. I will go to the secret room and retrieve the concealed weapons from the bottom of the box. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. The shopkeeper said as he got up and walked inside. Concealed weapons were not ordinary weapons. They could kill people without leaving a trace. He had to take care of these things personally. Otherwise, if a worker with ulterior motives stole them and used them to kill people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not long after, the shopkeeper came out. He carried a box that was 1 foot wide and 3 feet long and slowly walked in front of the two of them. All the superior concealed weapons in this shop are all here, the shopkeeper said as he placed the box on the table. Since they were concealed weapons, they were naturally small and did not take up much space. 1 box was enough. The first concealed weapon I recommend to Mr. is called Cloud-Piercing Arrow. Please take a look. The shopkeeper opened the box with a key and took out a bundle of sleeve arrows. He handed it to Yi Fan with both hands. Yi Fan reached out to take it and examined it carefully. The so-called sleeve arrow was a concealed weapon worn on the wrist. When facing an enemy, when the enemy was unprepared, the weapon could be fired by raising the hand. The bundle of sleeve arrows in Yi Fan's hands was extremely exquisite. It was densely packed with steel sleeve arrows that were more than 3 inches long. There were dozens of them. Cloud-piercing arrow? Can shoot very far? Yi Fan looked at the concealed weapon in his hand and raised his head to ask the shopkeeper, Mister, please do not underestimate this bundle of sleeve arrows. The shopkeeper explained to Yi Fan. This item was carefully crafted by a master from the western regions. It is filled with a unique gunpowder. It is extremely powerful and can shoot as far as 1,000 feet. Once it hits the target, it will instantly explode. It can be said to be a one-hit kill. 1,000 feet? It is indeed a good concealed weapon. Yi Fan nodded and said he had heard that the concealed weapons of the western regions were extremely exquisite. Seeing it today, it was indeed true. The second concealed weapon I recommend to Mr. is called Money Mischief. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.